Good evening. I'm going to call to order the April 6th, 2026 meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
All right, thank you very much. We will commence with our special order of the day, which is to interview candidates for vacancies on the Planning and Transportation Commission. As a reminder, this is the continuation of those interviews. There were 6 applicants total. We've interviewed 4 on March 23rd, and we have 2 more tonight. These are 2 full 4-year terms. So, Madam Clerk, will you introduce our first applicant, please?
Absolutely. Our first candidate being interviewed tonight is Daniel Benas, who is in person, and both candidates, our second one is Iris Blanchett, and he is also here in person, and both have been, are aware of the 10-minute interview slot. They'll be starting with a few opening comments, council to ask questions, and then to end, if their time allows, for a closing statement. So we'll be starting with Daniel Benas.
Well, welcome. Please go ahead for however long you'd like, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Hi, I'm Dan Benas. I've lived on Bryant Street in Palo Alto for 30 years. Originally attracted by the quality public schools which my daughters attended. My oldest daughter has a master's in molecular biotechnology working in the stem cell industry. My other daughter is a CPA and Harvard MBA working as a product manager. Both are self-sufficient, married with families. I want to thank you for granting me this special time as I was in Disneyland with my daughters and granddaughters on March 23rd. My academic background includes a Bachelor of Science in Business from the Haas School at UC Berkeley and an MBA in Finance from the Anderson School at UCLA. I hold active CPA licenses in California and Texas. I have 46 years in industry, primarily in the technology areas such as semiconductor, software, networking, and media tech. I've spent the last 37 years in controllership and VP finance roles, where I have also served as head of finance. I've worked in senior high visibility roles for a number of corporations recognized for their financial discipline and performance: Occidental Petroleum, Cypress Semiconductor, Monolithic Power Systems. I've spent the last 5 years as VP head of finance for Business Wire, a media tech firm owned by Berkshire Hathaway. I have worked in a number of successful IPOs and turnaround situations where I've helped companies grow, ramp, and monetize. Because my work and skill sets take me across many businesses, I've had to learn to be a quick study, able to learn businesses, their issues, and nuances on the fly. In today's world, we are reaching an era of limits where there is more to accomplish than resources allow. One could say the mantra over the last year is affordability. To put another way is to ask the question, how do we get done what needs to get done in an era of limits? I have dealt successfully with this issue throughout my business career. It is often working on trade-offs, coming up with out-of-the-box ideas, making tough but empathetic decisions. I am interested in serving on the Planning and Transportation Committee because this committee helps define the essence and texture of Palo Alto. This committee helps take competing visions, increasing regulation, and helps to maintain Palo Alto as a place where people want to live, work, and set up businesses. As far as my volunteer resume, it is modest. Currently, I'm a docent at Big Basin Redwoods, doing mainly roving and wilderness patrol. I'm on the board of the Portola Castle Rock Foundation. PCRF focuses on education and infrastructure at the 2 parks. Some of the special work done in education is the Kids to Park, a project for low-income children to come to the parks. On infrastructure, we support immediate needs that the state can't do timely, i.e. broken toilets. And we've also done a lot of repairs at Portola on the old CCC facilities that were built in the 1930s, the roof, the Ramada. We've done handicapped access, and we've also done bridges at Castle Rock. So prior to my moving to Palo Alto, I was also treasurer of Peninsula Sinai Congregation, which is a conservative synagogue in Foster City. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, questions? Looks like we'll start with Councilmember Rectal. Oh, or was that an accidental light? Well, if you'd like to go ahead.
I can start.
Great, thank you.
Hey, thank you for applying. What do you think of the city's housing element, and what do you think we could do better in the housing element?
I think, I'm not that familiar with it, to be straight. I would focus mainly on the what was called the work plan for 24-25. And the limited amount that I'm familiar with, and I don't know if I'm answering your question, it seems that there's a focus on high-density housing and a focus on mostly compartmentalized in the south of Palo Alto. And that's as far as
Okay, so when you look at the work plan, do you have any thoughts of things that we're missing from the work plan, or things that we shouldn't be covering?
I'm looking at some of the things I didn't say in my opening speech because we only have so many minutes to do that. But I think, again, the affordability issue, I did mention traffic, which is a problem. And then kind of it's a generic, and I believe that it touches a number of the elements, like the 8 projects in 24-25 plan touch on this, but how do we continue to make Palo Alto the technology capital of the world? Do we want to just be a city of VC firms and high-end law firms and Michelin restaurants, or do we want to have a continuum of businesses like incubators and standard retail stuff? So some of this is touched on. Let me just go through my list here. The other thing is parks. How do, we have great parks. I love Foothill Park. I live near Mitchell Park, and these are fantastic parks. It's how to create accessibility without, destroying the parks that we so much enjoy. And, that's been an issue over the years. So hopefully I've answered your question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I'm tempted to follow up on your reference to kind of incubators and accelerators, but I'm going to stick to my question I wanted to ask, which is around transportation. And for some time, the Planning Commission has been mostly populated by commissioners who have a great focus on land use and planning issues, and less so on transportation. Can you speak to your vision on transportation and what you think is the relationship between land use and transportation?
Yeah, and this may be controversial to some, is I would like to see, number one, Palo Alto be an easy place to access, whether it's work, whether it's play, whether it's to do business, whether it's go to Stanford. So getting the traffic to flow is very important, in my view, because the ease of access, hey, if I can't access in Palo Alto, I'll go to Mountain View, I'll go to Los Altos, I'll go to someplace else. So, that to me is very important. Land use, the roads are the roads. We can define, how do I say, we can define whether or not we let restaurants open in some of the roads. We can define whether we want bike lanes, but it's kind of a fixed criteria, and I don't have any answers to give you today, but one of the things that's been bothering me, I'm more of I do a lot of walking. And I know I have friends and colleagues who live here in Palo Alto who do a lot of bicycling. And it seems like, again, what do we do with this phenomenon of motorized, I'll call them mini motorcycles that are zooming down the bike lanes to push bikes into this, and I don't have an answer to it, but it has to be an easy place for people to want to do things, and not say, oh, I tried going out of my house because it's going to take me 5 minutes to get 2 blocks. And to be honest, if you live where I live, which is more on the south side, on Charleston, those corridors, it can be pretty gridlocked at times. and the traffic goes through my neighborhood and people were speeding and, and they're speeding on blocks where kids got hit by cars, and I think one of them passed away. So it's, again, that's my vision. I don't know if it answers any questions for you, but.
Thank you. Any others? Well, I'll just ask you quickly. I noticed if appointed, what specific goals? One of your answers was have traffic that flows efficiently. You've talked about that. And enough parking to support business without disturbing the suburban feel. Could you just tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, that must have been from my application.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, I guess in the terms of Palo Alto, you would call, me a residentialist. If you would, from reading the newspaper, that's what you would call me. But one of the reasons people want to move here is it's a nice place to live. So again, I understand that there's laws that we have to obey and comply with now, but it's keeping that kind of, if you call it university type of feel to the city, making it, but also offering a continuum. One of my notes here is that, either have a mansion, an overpriced ICOR, or high-density housing. It's really creating more of a continuum of places to live, and that will take different solutions. And some of them, like I said, might be out of the box, something we haven't thought of. So
I need to stop you because your time has expired, but thank you so much for applying. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Our next candidate is Iris Blanchett.
Good afternoon. Just want to make sure, can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, guys. My name is Iris Blanchett. I want to thank the City Council for the opportunity to be interviewed for this commission. I understand I'm a high schooler, and I'm coming up here being interviewed next to a bunch of adults, so, it makes me feel very happy that you guys are willing to listen to me. My primary motivations for seeking this position are very simple. It's a commitment to expanding mixed-use housing opportunities in Palo Alto, supporting local businesses, improving transportation access, and contributing meaningfully to the city's planning process. With regards to experience, I have a lot of experiences specifically with public transportation advocacy. So for my capstone project in the Advanced Authentic Research program at Gunn High School, I designed and carried out a project to encourage more youth to use public transportation. So this involved organizing trips across the Bay Area using transit, teaching students how to navigate the system, and helping them build consistent habits around transit use. My project partner and I partnered with Youth Community Service, a local youth advocacy organization, in order to reach students across Palo Alto, and I'm delighted to say we were invited to present our findings at the Foothill Research Symposium 2 years ago in my junior year. So, I understand I'm a senior in high school, and I wanted to address any concerns about long-term commitment. If selected, I am fully willing to remain in Palo Alto for the duration of my term. I've already figured out that I will be attending Foothill Community College and later transferring to a nearby CSU, so that will not be an issue whatsoever. In terms of policy approach, I will want to focus on 3 guiding priorities. So first, strengthening bike-safe infrastructure. So I've noticed that we've built a lot of bike corridors, bike paths, especially near, Shoreline. I saw it, like you guys know, the bridge built in 2021. But still, biking is still very unsafe, especially across heavily trafficked roads. And improving protected bike lanes and safer intersections would make it more practical for residents to rely on biking for daily travel, like I do. Additionally, it would also decrease the burden on drivers, who sometimes need to constantly watch out due to e-bikes and regular bikes driving down heavily congested roads. Secondly, I want to encourage transit-oriented mixed-use housing. So that means locating mixed-use housing near transit and commercial corridors, which allows people to live closer to where they work and commute more easily using public transportation. At the same time, it will also ensure that we support local businesses by creating a stable and consistent customer base in those areas. And third, I want to focus on increasing youth engagement, not just in city planning, but in city politics as a whole. Young people are directly affected by long-term planning decisions, but are often limited in ways that they can actually contribute meaningfully. I believe the city should move beyond simply ceremonial roles and start focusing on pathways for youth to provide tangible input on transportation and development decisions. My vision for Palo Alto is not one of large-scale high-rise development. My vision is a city where growth is measured and intentional, where buildings remain consistent with existing character of the community. It's a city where businesses have the confidence to invest because they know people from across all income levels are able to actually work and live here. It's a city where families feel comfortable allowing their children to bike to school or to work. And it's a city where more residents are able to rely on public transportation instead of needing to buy cars in order to live here. Thank you very much. Now I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, who would like to start with a question for Iris? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And I was glad to hear you really opine on some of the bicycle-related issues, and particular the importance of that for youth that rely on bikes even more than the rest of the community. One of the things that I wanted to see is, are you familiar with the Palo Alto Bicycle Advisory Committee?
In all honesty, no, I am not.
That's okay. A lot of people aren't. But your comment struck me that we don't have a designated position there to represent youth in the community. And so you just made me realize that maybe that's something we should deliberately do.
Maybe that is, yeah.
Yeah. Are there specific areas in our bicycle transportation network that you think need greater concentration? And you may or may not know that we're updating our bicycle and pedestrian master plan.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of improvements, especially on El Camino. I've seen new specific barriers to block cars from intersecting with bike paths, with bike lanes, and I think that that's absolutely amazing. I'm going to try to answer your question. I think the main areas where I'd like to see more bike-safe infrastructure is along Alma. That street is heavily congested, and oftentimes I either see bikes going on the crosswalks, on the sidewalks, which we don't want, or on the streets themselves. And I think that one main focus should be figuring out a way where we can either have maybe another bike path going parallel to Alma that bike specifically can go down. That's what I would like to see the PTC and the city address.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Iris, thank you for applying. It's wonderful to see youth from our city stepping up to do even more than you've already done. I think we all commend you for that. I don't know if you've given any thought to the San Antonio area. This is where we've identified in our housing element opportunity to build a lot more housing. And given that you live in the southern end of the city and you're interested in bike safety and issues around transportation and mixed-use housing, I wonder if you have any thoughts about how we might thoughtfully turn San Antonio Road and its environs into a true set of livable, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. It is an item that's before us in a study session and shortly on the agenda. But I just wondered if you have any thoughts.
Sure, absolutely. I'd say that the main focus that I would like to see the city address is, first of all, this is kind of a small thing, more trees. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed, East Palo Alto has almost no trees, and that very much does impact the livability of the city. I think if we want to, first of all, address, making the city more livable, making San Antonio Road more livable, we should be growing more trees, we should be growing more greens in that area. In addition, with regards to mixed-use housing, I would just like to see the city address both the business aspect of it and the human aspect of it. I want to see, what I would like to see is an opportunity not just for people to live there, but also to provide maybe tax credits for businesses to come in and kind of incentivize them to come in by telling them, hey, we're going to be having people who are going to come and live here. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I'm trying my best here, but I think that that's what I'd like to see.
Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Other colleagues? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hi, Iris. Thank you for applying. You mentioned youth engagement. Do you have any thoughts or strategies on how, in particular, you might be able to work on the PTC to further engage kind of young people's interest, feedback on on the type of work that the Planning and Transportation Commission works on?
Absolutely. So first of all, we already have multiple youth advisory groups here in the city. We have the Palo Alto Youth Council, we have the Teen Advisory Board. I would like to see them have a more active role in advising the city on specific issues related to planning and public transportation. If I was on the PTC, what I would do is every single week I would email the head of the you guys meet twice a month. So I would email them after every meeting and I'd give them a summary on what we discuss in the PTC, and I would like to ask the head of the Palo Alto Youth Council and also just people youth in general, specifically in high schools, and ask them how they feel about what we're discussing and what they would like to see moving forward. I mean, I have a lot of experience with youth advocacy. I'm the head of Vote 16 Palo Alto. We're trying to lower the voting age to 16 here in the city, and I found that the best way to get youth involved is just to talk to them and not at them, and I'd like to really just get their opinions first. And in addition, I would like to see maybe a youth-specific advisory seat on the PTC that also helps specifically with youth-related planning and transportation issues.
I'll ask the last question. Well, probably last. So you talked about staying in the area for the next 4 years. I have daughters, I would say in their 20s, but one just turned 30 today, who have found it difficult to consider living here because of the cost of living. From your perspective and sort of entering the next decade of your life, you and your peers, how could the city best try to accommodate young people living here?
Sure. I think the main thing that we should be focusing on is by, first of all, listening to them. I feel like when people try to complain about the cost of living here, a lot of the times it gets dismissed by adults because most of the people here live in $3 million homes. Not to knock on them. They deserved, if they worked hard, they deserve to buy a home here. But I think the first step is to actually listen to them. And I think trying to build more mixed-use housing in this area is the best way to go around it. Because a lot of youth really do use public transportation for almost everything. I mean, most of my friends take the bus to their work. Most of my friends take the train whenever they want to go up to San Francisco or down to San Jose. And I think mixed-use housing near those big public transportation corridors, like near the Cal Ave train station, near the University train station, stuff like that would allow for people to actually live here and actually be able to commute to their work.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much. That is your time, and we really appreciate you applying.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, so that concludes our item 1. We'll let the city manager come back to his seat and let us know if there are any additional agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
No, Mayor, there are no additional changes. I just would note for the public's awareness, in case folks have not been tracking, that we do have an amended agenda out that added an item and made a few changes.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to public I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I mean, looking through the packet, I'm really worried about the San Antonio dragging on. And are we confident that with the last 2 items can get to, or do we want to consider bumping them right now so people don't wait?
Well, we're never confident. It got particularly late because, as you know, we had an important addition to our agenda that we need to get to tonight. For the last item, I don't think there's anyone, is there, other than staff who would be here anyway for the second to last item?
That's correct, and we expect that to be a pretty brief item.
Yeah, the Brown Act one.
Yes.
And so the one before that is the one where there might be some people for the commission reports to us. But what we could do perhaps is, as we get closer, we could alert the chairs of those 4 entities, and if we're substantially behind time. But thank you for raising that. Councilmember Burt, did you have something different, or?
It was along the same lines that we have the San Antonio corridor scheduled for 1 hour, and it is a huge plan. And I think we would really be doing it a disservice and our responsibility a disservice if we spent anywhere near just an hour on that, including what may be extensive public comment. So I don't know what we should do as a result of that, but I am deeply concerned that an hour is way short on what it deserves.
Well, I think we should move forward with all due speed, and I think that there's two things. One, a lot of it will depend on public comment. Two, this is to give staff direction to come back to us and when we're in a voting posture. But yes, if we will take whatever we need to give it until staff has the appropriate feedback. Yes?
I could also offer, Mayor and Council, that if you find that the discussion is something you'd like to extend, then we could continue that item as well once you've had the initial, perhaps, round of discussions.
Great. Well, why don't we take, my colleague's temperature, and we'll just see how we're doing and whether we want to power through stay on that one, or whether coming back would be more prudent. So, all right, thank you for that. All right. So with that, we will move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, how many requests to speak do we have?
We have one request to speak on items not on the agenda.
Okay. Two requests to speak. All right, please go ahead.
First speaker is Monica F.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, fellow council members, and City Manager. My name is Monica Faria, and I'm with PG&E. I just wanted to take this opportunity to communicate with you that moving forward, I will be your primary point of contact for all PG&E related matters. You were previously working with Sergio Jimenez for any PG&E related issues. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to communicate that he'll be assisting during this transition, and moving forward, I'll be your main point of contact. I also just wanted to let you know that I value strong partnerships with our local government leaders, and I'm committed to being a responsive and collaborative resource. So I look forward to connecting with you all, and if there's any issues in the meantime, please let me know. But I look forward to connecting. Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Star T.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Lithcott-Hames for coming to our Barron Park annual meeting and being so receptive to hearing from our community, mainly about the 8 developments that are happening between Page Mill and Kirtner. My comments tonight are related to primarily 3606 El Camino, but they do apply to all developments, really, because they're about safety. I'm not intending to criticize anyone, but rather to highlight how pedestrian and bike safety has largely been ignored, at least from the public perspective. Maybe it's happening behind closed doors, but sorry, I gotta catch my breath. And I think that's largely due to the reaction to and compliance with the housing element and the legal weight behind the suite of the builder's remedy laws. I mean, it was a drastic change for Palo Alto. But as we increase density, we must also increase our attention to safety. Our city's objective standards and 6 of the builder's remedy laws, including the density bonus law, grant cities power to reject design features and incentives or waivers that will potentially result in specific adverse impacts upon public health, safety, and the environment. By excluding pedestrian and cyclist safety from the planning process, we've squandered 2 important meetings with ARB and PTC, whose normal responsibilities were severely truncated. We were so proud of the PTC for really trying to get the information they needed to know if it was a suitable site. There was also no transportation representative at that PTC meeting when they reviewed 3606. Both of those commissions could have been given the design details necessary to improve the project and relieve the council from that work. A signaled intersection with a no right turn on red restriction exists less than 100 feet away from the proposed 3606 driveway on Matadero. Residents of 3606 during regular commuting times will have difficulty exiting in the morning and difficulty entering in the evening if blocked by a queue of cars, which there normally are because there's a no right turn on red. And that in turn prevents cars from leaving El Camino. So if they're southbound, well, actually, if they're northbound even, if they can't get, it's not unusual for people, when the creek side was more functional, it's not unusual to have cars stopped there, just 2 car lengths in from El Camino, right there waiting. So I just really think that, do we have 2 minutes? Or?
You had 3 minutes.
I had 3. Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you. I'll send my comments in.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. And yes, please do email us your comments, and we'll take a look at them that way. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Colleagues, do you have any? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. One item is that VTA brought to my attention that they are going to all the cities in the county soliciting their input on a local investment plan, which gives cities the opportunity to identify projects that they would like to see funded should the regional tax measure pass, which would result in some very significant additional funding to VTA. And the other cities have either already had those meetings with VTA study sessions or are doing so, and VTA is planning on consolidating those in the next month or two. And I understand that our schedules are very tight between now and June, and so we may not be able to fit it in. We'd be an outlier city in not doing so, and I'm a little concerned that it somewhat puts us behind the curve there. But if we cannot do it by June, I want to strongly encourage that we agendize it for early August. So I think that's very important, and for the council to know that this opportunity is there. And then I did want to mention that the Palo Alto Community Fund has come forward with a $100,000 grant toward Alcove, and it's a matching grant, as I understand it, for they'll match up the same amount from community contributions. And then lastly, I understand that there's been a delay in the Cal Ave replacement to third Thursday, really because of negotiations on a contract, and in part that the Palo Alto Rec Foundation is needing to cover insurance, and they have now related legal expenses. Even though they're a community partner, we're really soliciting them and grateful that they're stepping forward to do this. And so I wanted to propose that we allocate $5,000 from the council contingency fund to cover their additional expenses that were not anticipated. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second Councilmember Burt's interest in allocating $5,000 from council contingency funds towards supporting the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and their efforts to sponsor the activation of Cal Ave.
Councilmember Ekdahl.
I'll make it 3.
Okay, it's not agendized, folks. Anyone, any other comments? All right, I'll just say, I want to say a quick thank you to staff for supporting me in comments that I've made on behalf of the city to a variety of local groups recently, including the Palo Alto Chamber, who welcomed me at a breakfast, Palo Alto Rotary, who welcomed me at a lunch, the public library, and I think I've gotten most of them, in the last couple of weeks. I also wanted to mention that a week ago Friday, I was down at the Cal City's statewide public safety committee meeting, and they had quite a fascinating presentation on e-bikes and what's going on at the state level and in a variety of cities. And I mentioned to staff last week that they have an online toolkit that sort of tracks what other cities are doing, and that could be useful to us here in our city, because I know that's been an item of intense interest. I also wanted to let the public know that in the wake of the disturbing and disappointing revelations about Cesar Chavez, that I spoke with staff who were not aware of anything that the city named for Cesar Chavez, including any holiday, as was reported. We had included the state-named holiday on a list of days that could be chosen as a day of importance by an employee, and I'm grateful that the state has renamed that day Farm Workers' Day, so we will conform our references as well. And when we last spoke, staff was reviewing to confirm whether there was anything bearing Chavez's name, and to my knowledge, nothing was found, so unless there's any correction there. So that is why that matter did not reach council. There was no renaming conversation to be had. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that Stanford and the city have now sent out invitations to our co-sponsored Sustainable Data Centers Symposium for Friday, May 1st. It will take place at Stanford and is by invitation only. Speakers include the Executive Director of Climate Mayors, Stanford's Provost, the Mayor of San Antonio, the CEO of PG&E, and various other folks. So because space is limited, initial invitations were issued to the 3 council members on the Climate and Sustainability Committee, but if any other council members wish to attend, please let me know, and we will make that invitation happen. So that is my update, and seeing no further lights, I will close council member comments. And we can move on to the first of our 2 study sessions, which is item 2, discussion of nonprofit partnership work plan phase 1. So I believe, City Manager, are you going to start that?
Actually, yes, with the Assistant City Manager.
Great.
Thanks, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, council members. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. I'll briefly go through this PowerPoint to try and reorient all of us on the same page. Next slide, please. So just as a quick reminder to the council and the public, this all began as a response to some audit findings. And above, we broke down a work plan into a few different major areas of work. In order to focus us tonight, you'll see in yellow, we specifically are here to talk about feedback on consideration to suspend phase 1 in FY 2027 due to a projected fiscal deficit that you're all aware of. If the council chooses that that's not the path that you wish to go forward, we would want to talk about improvements to the process as well as prospective steps this year. As a reminder, phase 1 was the process where there was a solicitation for nonprofits who wished to apply for grants, and the Policy and Services Committee went through and reviewed those, made recommendations. Next slide, please. So, as you can see, as just again a refresher on that phase 1 pilot, this really was not intended to be a new grant program. This was intended to provide a fair and equitable way to evaluate nonprofit funding as part of the annual budget process. There's a few of the guiding principles to the right in blue. Ultimately, any 501c3 nonprofit was qualified to apply for this program. 16 nonprofits were awarded phase 1 grants totaling about $500,000 last year. I will note the staff report said 17 nonprofits. That was just a typo error, so it's corrected here. Next slide, please. As it was the inaugural year, it was not a perfect process. I think all parties, staff, the council, as well as the applicants, found areas that processes could have been improved. And at the January 2026 Policy and Services Committee, the committee did review areas to improve the processes. No formal direction was made in a formal recommendation. However, this summarizes the areas of general consensus for improvement. Next slide, please. All right, so not news, but as a reminder, the council is facing a FY 2027 forecasted $14.9 million general fund deficit. And later this month, as well as into May and June, the council will be reviewing the proposed budget that will include service reductions, capital improvement reductions, as well as use of reserves. Funding phase one would widen the deficit by any amount allocated to it. And so what this table shows is actually what is proposed currently, preliminarily in FY 27. And in FY 2027, there are no reductions to HISRAP, emerging needs funds, or ongoing service contracts. So you can see that in FY 2027, without that phase one process, there's still almost $6.6 million anticipated to go towards supporting nonprofits. So for those that are unclear, I want to make sure folks are aware that there is not any proposed reductions. Next slide, please. As a reminder, for FY 2026 Phase 1 awards, those 16 organizations are summarized here on this slide. So all of the city's nonprofit contracts over $10,000 are enumerated in Attachment A. This is a subset specifically of Phase 1. As many know, we have contracts that run through our HISRAP program, our CDBG program, as well as other operating service agreements. The lines reflect back to your Attachment A, the lines that are on that attachment, and those organizations with an asterisk, they are also expected to receive funds via HISRAP, CDBG, and/or an operating service agreement. Next slide, please. So, given the totality of what's forecasted in FY 2027, staff and the intent of Phase 1, that it was never to be a new grant program, and it was really intended to be a discretionary source, that staff recommends council consider suspending the Phase 1 pilot for FY 2027 and consider returning in FY 2028. With that, I will turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go straight to public comment. How many public commenters do we have?
We have 4 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Larry M.
Good evening, Mayor Vendiker, Vice Mayor Stone, members of the council. Larry Moody from Job Train. I serve as their Government Affairs Community Liaison. Thank you for an opportunity to come before you, and we want to certainly let you know how much we appreciate being a part of this grant program this year, 1926. One of the things that came up with the committee, Community Service Committee, they wanted to make sure that the funds that were allocated to Job Train were going to serve Palo Alto residents. So we wanted to take tonight as an opportunity to just kind of give you a quick update on what has occurred since we've been awarded the grant through your program. In 2025, there were 11 Palo Alto residents enrolled in our CTE programs, 8 Palo Alto residents completing our CTE programs. That's our certificated training and employment programs. 3 Palo Alto residents attained employment, and average wages were $26.33. 11 Palo Alto CTE students received supportive services with 65 supported services delivered. And that's an opportunity for a client to come in and really kind of talk about their life challenges and life barriers that they're facing, the things that are creating barriers for them to obtain employment. And we allocate services by identifying a case manager to work with those individuals. If they have PG&E issues, child support arrears, they have car support issues that hinder them to get into our center, we're able to allocate certain funding to help accommodate them. In 2026, there were 10 Palo Alto residents enrolled in our CTE programs. 7 Palo Alto residents completed the CTE programs. 5 Palo Alto residents obtained employment and average wages of $30.68 per hour. 7 Palo Alto CTE students received supportive services with 18 supportive services delivered. 28 Palo Alto residents using our employment training centers were provided 201 job readiness services delivered. And that's the highest number of services for any surrounding city. And we just want to say that we certainly understand the fiscal challenges that you face, but we want you to know that Job Train, as we celebrate our 60th year in this workforce development space, will continue, right, to be a strong partner for the city of Palo Alto as we go forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyra Kay.
Hi, I'm Kira Kazantzis. I'm from Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. Thank you, Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. At SVCN, in partnership with Thrive Alliance in San Mateo County, we recently released the Nonprofit Pulse Report, which is about federal impacts and beyond. It's based on input from 164 nonprofit leaders across Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. The reason why we undertook this work was to get a clear, real-time understanding of what nonprofits are experiencing, and what we heard is both concerning and instructive. More than 4 in 10 organizations report that their financial position is worse than last year. Fewer than 1 in 10 report improvement, and this trend holds regardless of whether organizations receive federal funding. That tells us that this is not just about federal grants and federal policymaking. It's about a broader shift in the operating environment. Costs are rising, donor funding is uncertain, and organizations are entering this period already financially strained. At the same time, demand is increasing significantly. 78% of nonprofits report rising need, but most have not been able to expand capacity. Nearly half say demand has gone up while capacity stayed flat or declined. And the strain is showing up in the workforce. Burnout, low morale, and difficulty offering competitive wages are major challenges. Staff are carrying not just more work, but more complexity, responding to community fear, policy changes, and increased need. Federal actions are also having far-reaching effects beyond direct funding. Even organizations with no federal dollars report significant impact, particularly related to immigration policy, housing, and changes affecting vulnerable communities. And importantly, these federal decisions are now translating into local fiscal challenges. Santa Clara County, a major funder of nonprofit safety net services, is facing a substantial budget shortfall driven primarily by federal changes. This is likely to result in massive reductions to nonprofit contracts and services at the exact moment when demand is rising and capacity is already strained. So the question becomes, how do we navigate this moment in a way that preserves the systems our communities rely on? In response, SVCN has developed a set of policy recommendations focused on stabilization, ensuring that nonprofits can remain viable, maintain services, and continue supporting communities through this period of disruption. These recommendations are focused on local government, what local governments can do. First, strengthening contracting practices, ensuring coordination across departments, timely reimbursements, and access to advance payments so organizations are not forced into cash flow crises. Second, reducing administrative burdens with contracts and grants. And third, most critical, implementing cost of doing business adjustments, which is basically a cost of doing business increase every year that nonprofits are granted by local governments to take into account inflation. Without annual adjustments tied to inflation, nonprofit grants and contracts effectively shrink every single year. This is not a theoretical issue. It directly affects whether services remain available to the community.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee P.
Thank you.
You can email us any additional comments you might have. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. I'm here on behalf of the Chamber Nonprofits as their liaison and board member for the Chamber. First, I'm sorry you're going to be going through a very difficult process, and I recognize the commitment that this council has to the local community and its nonprofits. But I have to ask, please find a way. So, go to my formal speech now. So again, the unprecedented commitment to supporting our community through our city has been incredible. We're here to urge you to continue the nonprofit partnership work plan phase 1, or at a minimum, find a creative funding and partnership way in which to keep these nonprofits whole. Our chamber recognizes that a healthy economy cannot exist without all businesses thriving, and nonprofits are businesses. When policy shifts and funding is slashed, essential services disappear, or burdens are placed on your nonprofits. Why does this matter to you? Many of our local service workers rely on the nonprofits in our community for their housing, their childcare, their students' academic success. We can't simply wait around for economies to get better. We have to find solutions and find ways to correct the direction that things are going. Our local nonprofits are the frontline responders to the needs of the community, and I will tell you that I am consistently coaching nonprofits about how to expand programs without dollars. Please consider what creative measures or collaborations or partnerships might be able to go in place if funding truly cannot be accessible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olenka V.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and council members. I'm Olenka Villarreal, and I am a longtime Palo Alto resident and founder and CEO of Magical Bridge. And we've been delighted to be serving the city of Palo Alto for over 10 years, but really only the last 2 years in a partnership with the city under the term Magical Series, where we have delivered a series of multi-generational, inclusive events that have really served the residents across age, ability, and background. And what makes this work distinct is not just participation, but who is participating. Our events have consistently engaged a cross-section of the community that is Palo Altans, that reflects programming that is often missed and actually typically missed by our own city. Those individuals with disabilities or older adults experiencing isolation, teens seeking meaningful volunteer opportunities, and families like my own who have long been needing inclusive, welcoming spaces and programs. And across our programming, we have seen strong attendance, high rates of repeat participation, and many wonderful volunteers. And you all have a comprehensive data and impact summary in your inboxes from months ago. But if you'd like me to resend, I'm happy to do it. But beyond participation, it's the outcomes that really matter, right? So we are producing the impact of bringing people together. And this type of work we've been doing, it requires, thoughtful design and trained facilitation and just an understanding of what does it mean to include everyone. And so we are doing it efficiently, and we appreciate the support we've received the last 2 years. And while it's a high number, we appreciate and value that the city allocated $150,000 annually. What we are providing is end-to-end program design, production, volunteer coordination, and continuous improvement at a cost that is significantly lower than hiring and sustaining full-time city staff to achieve, similar or other outcomes. And our wonderful kindness and volunteer groups aren't just creating these events, but we are building community as we do it. So my ask tonight is both important and, an opportunity to continue serving in the way we've been doing, to establish Magical Bridge as an ongoing budget line item so that the city can ensure the consistent delivery of this high impact inclusive programs rather than through intermittent efforts where we're applying on a regular basis. Because by doing so, it allows the magic to continue and it really shows Palo Altans that you really do care about everybody in this city. Thank you for the privilege of being able to be of service and have a magical rest of your meeting.
And that concludes public comment for study session item 2.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I want to thank all of our public commenters and just reflect that some of the stories we've heard tonight were the kind of stories we heard last year when we went through this whole process, and that's what made it both so wonderful and challenging as we tried to make the decisions last year. But it's a nice reminder of the truly amazing nonprofit network we have in this city. So I want to thank staff for tonight's analysis and for the support we had as we went through phase 1. Since I was chair of PNS last year, I'll reflect a little bit and then turn to this year's PNS chair, and then we can all chime in on this one. But I do want to thank the committees of both last year and this year that have really worked to execute and improve on this important program, but in its nascent stages was pretty ill-defined and proved to be a little thornier in process than I think most of us anticipated. So if we think about what happened and what answers staff is looking for tonight, you started by asking us about what is our policy purpose. And if we think back to why this got started, the auditor wanted transparency, accountability, and contracting with nonprofit partners and having a consistent process that for everybody that honors our long-term partners, but doesn't give special access to just a few. And then second, we were trying to find a mechanism to consider when our nonprofit partners can fill a service gap or a need with some new innovative programs or things that we really feel are crucial to our residents and we're not in a position to provide either at all or as well or as efficiently. So instead of just saying no when there were new and innovative things that came up, or just having people show up at council meetings and make a one-off ask, we were trying to get some sort of process in place that had a transparent mechanism through which we could receive these requests for gap funding or new services. And I believe the intent initially was for services that fall outside of our other funding processes. The idea was that we had something we could point people to. And I think the problem is that every nonprofit that had a request, a financial request, was funneled into this process. And that sort of put us in an awkward position in a variety of ways. One was that we were second guessing the HISRAP funding decisions that had been made because there were some HISRAP eligible entities that were coming back for more. It also put us in an awkward position with respect to some long-established, beloved community partners and others who had multi-year contracts that all of a sudden were in a different process than before. And I would suggest that neither of those things are what this should be about, that this should be about sort of that, almost like a gap process, so not to interfere with what went on before. And during the process last year, our committee members suggested several times that perhaps we shouldn't consider grants for things that were eligible for HISRAP, that if we weren't funding HISRAP enough, then we should fund HISRAP enough and not sort of separate that into two processes. And that may be more difficult now in our current budget situation, but I don't know that this supplemental process is the place to fix that concern. And similarly for the longstanding programs that the city really relies on to provide services that residents would otherwise look to us to provide. as I mentioned before, I don't think that process should be disturbed and come into this process. It should be handled as it has before. So if we, in the chart that was provided here, thank you, in the staff report, in the slides, slide 6, shows that 16 organizations that got Phase 1 awards this last year. Many of them are ones that we have longstanding relationships with. And so if they were not part of this process, I would like to think that staff wouldn't be recommending that we end these longstanding relationships, that they instead go back to prior practice. But I would like to note that, some of these smaller amounts were granted to nonprofits from whom I have received the most, thanks and gratitude to this council. I'll name a couple. The Palo Alto Special Education PTA got $5,000. The Musical Memories Foundation, I see their director here, $5,000, and they have been thrilled. And here tonight, we talked about just adding another $5,000 to the Palo Alto Rec Foundation that got $40,000. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't, but these little bits of money can make a lot of difference to people. So I totally take the point, this is a tough budget year. But we are talking about $6.5 million are going to go to nonprofits. And some of these, gap funds and smaller, if we sort of still provide a process for sort of the innovative new request to fill a need that's a gap in services, I think we should continue to sort that out while the Finance Committee takes a look to see how much money we can or can't afford this year, but I don't think we should set this aside. But I'm also concerned, I don't think that the longstanding partners, there's two separate questions. There's, do we have the money for them? And there's, what process should we use? And just by my saying, I'm not sure this new process is the right way, does not mean I'm saying that I don't think we should fund them. In fact, I think that when we look at this, it just kind of boils down to, when we look at the propriety of these programs, there's kind of two factors. What is the need in a given year for the proposed service or program, and what is our ability to fund it that year? It seems like the first question is for P&S and the second question is for finance. And I would say that we should have a narrower process that goes forward, and we do our best to provide these services. We're going to have to figure that out within the context of our financial reality each year. So that's kind of how I bring forward, but I know P&S had some comments, and honestly, I will say I was delighted to see some of the proposed revisions to the application form that came out of there, and I was very happy to see the proposed process improvements. I think I agree with just about all of them. And I think we can turn this into a process that makes more sense for everyone involved, and I hope that we pursue that. But I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lythcott-Hames. Do you have any comments?
Sure thing, Madam Chair. So I am this year's PNS Chair. I serve on PNS with Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Rectal. And I want to be clear that our committee, this year's iteration of PNS, which got going in February, I guess, has not had the opportunity to look at this. I had hoped that we would have that opportunity because we've all gleaned, if we haven't been directly involved, that the process has been complex and cumbersome, and so much time and effort and heart has gone into it, and yet there's still dissatisfaction. So I had hoped that we would get it, but we didn't. So this is the depth that we're all getting in the packet tonight is the first time this year's PNS committee is seeing it, with the exception of Vice Mayor Stone, who happened to have the privilege of sitting on the committee last year as well as us. So the references to proposed application and process changes hadn't come out of PNS, they came from staff. What?
Much of it was through a discussion at the end of last calendar year with the last PNS committee.
Of course, I very much appreciate the budget deficit that we face in fiscal '27. And on the other hand, I know that government's partnership with nonprofits in terms of funding and other supports are essential to their existence. As we've heard, nonprofits are going through a tough time right now, given the federal climate, increased costs, and related effects of both of those. In fact, there's a new report out from Cal Nonprofits that speaks to the essentiality of paying nonprofits upfront rather than in arrears, meaning once they've already expended their funds, because they need that certainty and that predictability. So I'm very interested in what my colleagues are going to say tonight regarding the staff recommendation. And if not to go with the staff recommendation, then whether option 1 or option 2 feels right, or some kind of hybrid. I am not yet prepared to say that we should suspend it for the coming fiscal year. I would like to see us come up with an approach that feels equitable, that wrangles these different buckets of HISRAP and CDBG perhaps, and phase 1, and any outliers that get funding through other means, so that we have a clear sense of who we're funding and why, and so our nonprofit partners aren't confused about what's available to them. My specific interest is in what percentage of the organization's operating budget we're being asked to support, and we ultimately do support, because I would be concerned if we're nickel and diming the smaller ones and are more liberally funding the larger ones. I would also like to see us clarify the roles of our standing committees, finance, P&S, as well as the role of the HRC in all of this. And that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues? Councilmember Rectal.
Just a quick question. It seems somewhat arbitrary that we zeroing out the phase 1 and keeping HISRAP intact. And what was the thought process?
Well, really recognizes that HISRAP has been a long-established and well-established process, and phase 1 really being, we'll call it the startup that really was birthed last year.
But a lot of the phase 1 groups really have a long history with us, and it's not like we, I mean, if you look through the list, they have all really good programs, both on HISRAP and in level 1, or phase 1. So I don't understand why we're not spreading the pain over both groups.
Well, the phase 1 selection process, again, is one that the council at this point has complete discretion over, as opposed to the HISRAP program that has a calendar. The HRC has baked into their work plan as well. You know, it's certainly a policy call for the council ultimately, whether you want to refocus the manner in which grant funds are awarded. We would just note, and I think is recognized in the report you have before you, that there is time that is required in order to make those changes. And so really out of recognition of the budget cycle that the budget you'll be receiving at the end of this month, that will really drive some of the timeline questions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, a couple of kind of high-level comments. The relationships that we have with nonprofits are a whole range. We have this report here that lumped them all together in $6+ million, but that includes a whole bunch of long-time service agreements where they're really providing services that otherwise the city would support or have to fund, but they're doing so at a fraction of the cost because they leverage resources and do so, provide the services very efficiently. We have, for instance, Avenidas. Other cities fund their community senior centers with staff. Canopy, that is doing so much of our work on our tree canopy, and a slew of others that we have ongoing really service agreements, or that others that are community partners. And the genesis of this effort last year to try to come up with some new approach was really twofold. It was continuing to try and figure out how to implement the recommendations of the audit that was done 3-4 years ago or so. But that audit was actually mostly focused on the staff needing to have better processes and oversight of the procedures rather than reinvent a new system. That wasn't what the audit was about. The other part was 2 years ago, we had coming to the Finance Committee a number of community partners who had, including ones who had had ongoing funding from the city, but they were on one-year annual reviewed or 3-year review or renewed agreements. And it came to the Finance Committee, oh no, they're not in the budget. Those contracts expired. And we said, no, those are ongoing community partners, some longer period of time, some the funding had been more recent. And we said, we want to fund them and we want to, we'll do it as a one-time funding this way, and then we want to look at an ongoing funding. And it came back last year and created this new process that everybody, staff and everybody agrees was really overcomplicated and not clear enough. And really, rather than focusing most of all on that set of 5 or so partners, it opened it up to everyone and would have diminished the funding for those, except the Finance Committee came back and said, well, if you're going to do that and open the gates to all these nonprofits, then we've got to add to the funding, or you're necessarily going to cut these very ones that we had designated funding for. A good thing is that several of those are now built into the budget. That got sorted out over the last year where we had Neighbors Abroad. I don't know how many decades we've had Neighbors Abroad. And that's now part of the operating budget. The YCS contracts are separate and others. So we have just a few that were part of that group that we viewed as ongoing community partners that were put in this phase 1 and are in jeopardy of being zeroed out. And that includes UNAF, the Magical Bridge Foundation, who is providing really our primary programs for disabled community members and inclusion in that. And then we have even the ongoing CalAV activation. So I think that we want to break those two things apart and figure out which of those community partners we want to say we definitely want to have ongoing funding for, and then what we want to do on the remainder. I think the whole notion that was set up last year, that these were supposed to be one-year, one-time fundings, was misguided, and we're kind of paying the price for that right now, but we can rectify it. So those are my initial comments. I'll have others after hearing from colleagues and the public.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I'm not quite, well, I guess I'd like to get some more explanation of why, if we did a revised sort of quote phase 1, why that would necessarily raise the budget requirements. And I think I also heard even the mayor say that, there's 6.6 million in there that we're going to fund. But at this point, do we have any sacred cows for our budgets? I mean, of course, that's a high priority, but we got a lot of stuff to look at. I mean, if we come back with 6 million instead of 6.5, then we're gonna have to do something. I'm just making that up, but I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying is I don't understand what the default is gonna be if we don't go ahead with this. Certainly by the built-in default is if all those people that have gotten grants sort of quote automatically get it this year, then it's game over. We don't have any money for anybody else that's new. And I don't think that's very good either, because we may have a different need that we have this year, and we want some new partner to join with us. So we'd have to find that in some other area. So I'm just a little confused about what we're saying here about the 6.6 that's there and what the default process is going to be, not just the budgeting amounts.
If I could, sure. I'll give you perspective on that. What we wanted and what we did include in your report today is the default, which is effectively largely a status quo funding for groups that are part of your operating budget, and no additional funding for new Phase 1 grants. So that's the baseline here. Now, certainly over the course of the Council and Finance Committee's deliberation, that could change. But we wanted to bring this issue to you early so that the process can keep up with the funding decisions that you'll be making in the next couple of months.
I just want to ask a clarifying question about that, because I think you're kind of hearing the same thing from the three of us who just spoke, in that it feels like there should be different processes for these longstanding partners. And so when you say the status quo, are things like UNAF and YCS and Magical Bridge Foundation, are those part of that status quo or not? At least the ones shown on slide 6.
Sure. Let me try. It depends on the organization and that.
Well, actually, before we get too deeply into it, it would probably be better to refer to the attachment, because that shows the anticipated funding in FY27. That's really the key.
Correct.
Yeah. I guess my point is, are you, so there will be different answers for different ones of these, is the idea? So you're not necessarily saying these would all be zeroed out by saying you want to stall, by staff's recommendation that we pause this program does not necessarily imply that all of these grantees would be zeroed out in FY27.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct. And to your earlier question, to be direct, there is no process to review the existing funding allocations for multi-year agreements.
So how did it happen previously?
Council direction. And so we've reflected that.
Every year? Like
Yes.
the YCS longstanding?
Well, YCS, well, again, the answers are different for each organization. YCS had I think it was a 3-year agreement that ended a couple of years ago, and again, have now been incorporated into an annual agreement.
Yeah.
But again, there is no process through which that would be reviewed annually going forward.
Okay, and Neighbors Abroad, Councilmember Burt said it's now baked into the budget. I know they had some, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, I had thought this process was going to be for the unusual requests, the new requests, the mid-year requests, the sudden need because they're going out of business requests, and then a lot of longstanding things got funneled into it, and I was hoping they could go back to wherever they were, and that at least this particular program would be for these new and special ones. That doesn't mean we don't need to clarify and take care of our longstanding partners. I think we do, but I'm trying to understand the process.
Yes, and I think the distinction you're drawing is a very important one, and ultimately council can define what the criteria are for what's being invited. Neighbors Abroad, just to clarify that, has been in the operating budget for many, many years. What came through this process was a special request for additional funding for hosting delegations.
Okay, because I think that, I guess what I would like to see is this process go forward, be clarified and narrowed, and that the funding requests from from ones that have traditionally been done as part of the finance process still be done as part of the finance process. I'm sort of punting over to the Finance Committee the hard decisions in this tough budget year, but it's heartening to know that even with staff's recommendation of pausing this process, it wouldn't be zeroing out many of these longstanding partners. Okay, so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Burt to let him lift up some further concerns, but thank you.
We may have been talking about two different things. What is on slide 6, which is the Phase 1 awards, the staff proposal says to zero those out. That's the staff proposal.
That's correct, while noting that the organization with the asterisks have some other arrangement with the city for continued funding.
What was that? Say that again?
So as an example, maybe easier, again, let's look at attachment A. So attachment A, line 2 and 3 is Ada's Cafe. I'm simply doing it because it's an A. You'll see they have two lines. One line is because they receive a HISRAP grant. The second line is the $10,000 that you see on slide 6, which was the Phase 1 award. So if council were to choose to pause a Phase 1 solicitation, the $10,000 would drop, but Ada's would still receive $58,700 from HISRAP.
Okay, so let's distinguish between some of these may have even the full amount here that would be continued in the budget. Others have funding, for instance, to Ada's Cafe, but this one would be zeroed out.
That's correct. The 10,000 would be,
That's right.
is a one-time grant.
And the Magical Bridge would be zeroed out, the UNAF would be zeroed out, the Rec Foundation, the Cal Ave events would be zeroed out. So it's not clear to everyone here which of these amounts for which organizations are being proposed to be zeroed out.
Not unless you refer to attachment A.
Yeah, and within attachment A, it shows that a whole bunch of them are zeroed out. So I think, yes, everybody's encouraged. I've color-coded attachment A to try to figure out what was being talked about there, but it's complicated. So I hope everybody gets a chance to look at that in the staff report, and if it's not clear, to ask questions.
I just hope that we're not penalizing entities for having been moved into this process last year, if they had previously been in the budget and would be reconsidered this year.
I don't know that there are any organizations that were previously in the budget and then moved into the grant, the Phase 1 grants.
Okay, all right. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, having now been on Policy and Services last year, this year, I've had a chance to kind of touch this several times and think about it quite a bit. One, I think, caution that I have just in my experience when I was on the Human Relations Commission, I had served on the CDBG subcommittee, the HISRAP subcommittee several times. One thing that we often found challenging with HISRAP was this desire to really maintain consistent funding from cycle to cycle because nonprofits become so reliant on it as expected. And I think my concern here with this new plan, and we're already kind of having these conversations now, is now an expectation that, which I think was tried to be made very clear last year by staff and in some ways council as well, that the desire for this not to become this kind of ongoing expectation of funding from year to year. And however that ball was dropped, I don't think it really matters. We're trying to figure out how to be able to improve upon this. But I think something to be concerned of is we had sort of a bit of a spirit in these grants last year, and we got a lot more applicants, and I think a lot of wants beyond maybe needs, and we struggle, I think, at Policy and Services to really be able to balance that. And so that is, I don't want to penalize future applicants who might want to join in, because then it's going to be really challenging if we sort of stick with well, you were granted this, there's an expectation that this is going to continue. That means we're just going to have to continue to add to the pie and grow the pie over the years to be able to add in those new applicants. So I'm concerned about that. So don't really know how. I think that's part of the process as we continue to refine it moving forward, that we really need to focus in on, I think, just more the process as far as how do we further refine who's eligible. One of the things that we discussed at Policy and Services, which I think is think going to be really important here is who's reviewing this. So I know one of the suggestions came up of having the HRC review these applications. They already have, I think, a more kind of holistic view of the relevant nonprofits citywide, that since they do this with his RAP and CDBG. And I think it's a little challenging too for council members, policy and services committee members as well. We all kind of have our own individual relationships with various nonprofits and wanting to make sure that we continue to be fair. So I really think HRC kind of taking the lead on then the reviewing the applications, doing the interviews, making recommendations. I think that's really important. One thing I was a little confused in the staff recommendation as far as the timeline, maybe not confused, just a thought of how it can be improved is right now, the HRC reviews and recommends to policy and services, but then it shows afterwards policy and services hold applicant interviews. And that just kind of seems redundant. It seems like it removes the work that the HRC is going to do if policy and services is just going to start all over again. I think to be fair to the applicants, fair to HRC members, fair to the policy and services and committee members, that we need to tighten that up so we don't have kind of double interviews. And so I think most of this should be on actually HRC to do in ways that we do with his RAP. HRC reviews and interviews applicants for his RAP, makes a recommendation. I think it comes to us typically on consent calendar, right? So I think
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I think that process makes a little more sense. So that I will, and I'm just kind of concerned about timeline moving forward. So I think staff's recommendation of maybe a pause this year has merit given the timeline and given the financial concerns. But I also don't want to see. I mean, I think some of these really do really need to continue. So is there a better way to kind of focus our efforts to be able to take the feedback that we're hearing tonight as far as kind of true emerging needs, what are true wants over nice to haves, and be able to make this a little more intentional and focused in the finance process, and then a little more long-term back to policy and services to really just kind of refine the ultimate process moving forward.
Councilmember Lowing.
So what is the default on things that aren't his rep? So all these other ones that are now going to Finance Committee should also be somewhat discretionary, right? I mean, last year we had at least a couple people say, I need more than I got last year, not just I want to have it for 2 years for these and these and these reasons, which were perfectly logical. But somebody's got to make a call before it comes to council. So that part's not clear to me either.
Well, that would, I think what you're referring to, and just for the sake of consistency and how we're talking about these, largely be those agreements that are operating services as described in attachment A. So these are things that are already in the budget or organizations that are already funded through your operating budget. As has always been the case, that process would be reviewed by those allocations would be reviewed by the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee will make some recommendations. My earlier statement that there was no process means that there was no application, no type of ranking or scoring involved with that.
Well, not to get off onto this, but there's also over time, the evaluation process. Is this person that we're giving money to, this organization that we're giving money to year after year really performing how we want, which was also supposed to be built into the new process for, I thought, all of the applications, so that we had a process to do evaluation. If our taxpayer money is being spent in the right way.
True for the Phase 1 grant applications. I think one of the key findings from the audit was the need to incorporate performance measures and periodic reviews for longstanding agreements. And so as those agreements are coming up for renewal, you may have noticed the P&S committee, in fact, has taken up most recently
Some of the
Winter
lease
Lodge,
agreements, Winter Lodge,
and
also the lawn
Campbell
bowling.
Gardens
and Campbell
as well.
Gardens.
So as those long-term agreements have come up for renewal, the P&S committee has weighed in looking at measures of performance and
Yeah,
effectiveness.
okay, I thought a couple of our long-term recipients needed more, but if they didn't, they could this year. So I still want to raise that question relative to what's the default? Does Finance Committee, because that's where it used to be, have to decide if someone gets more or less, and then just come back with a budget number that looks higher than or lower than the 6.6?
That is the traditional budget process. So again, the Finance Committee would do its deliberations. They would likely hear from the organization and then make a recommendation. And as each of you know, there's the tallying exercise that occurs at Finance to identify where there may be a gap or surplus in the balancing of the budget.
I keep asking the same question because there's a lot of classifications here, but is the default for somebody who has a new service they think they can do really, really well and cost us $30,000, do we not want any new applications this year? Is that what we're saying?
Well, that is the question. If we don't do what we did last year with the Phase 1 process, the default would be they go to the Finance Committee with a variety of their own requests with no format to it and no consistent way to evaluate them.
On a very narrow basis, those agencies that would be eligible for human services, there is an emerging need grant program, but typically those are about $10,000 or less, and those are for those urgent, middle of the year kind of requests.
Yeah, I wasn't asking about the longer term ones like Councilmember suggested, Avenidas. That's kind of a whole different ballgame. You know, they're taking a lot. By the way, I don't say that because I happen to be the liaison, but I do have an inside look at all the stuff that they're doing, and that would cost a lot more. That's one of those long-term partnerships that we get, I put it in financial terms, an ROI out of that. Return on investment that's very good. But some of these other ones are, and these other ones aren't nice to haves, they would be really, really good to have if we could afford it. So the question that I'm trying to probe here, so we know what to do, is are we going to allow any new applications? And for that, there must be some kind of process because we have to at least get a piece of paper saying we'd like to do this for you and this is what it costs.
So that's basically the same process we followed last year, again, with presumably some process improvements. Again, we're acknowledging a $15 million deficit going into your budget deliberations over the next month. And as such, and given the level of effort that is required from the committees as well as staff and the nonprofit community, we're effectively suggesting that we pause that for the current year or for the upcoming year.
I need to go to Councilmember Liu, but after listening to the colloquy after I asked my last question, so I do think what I heard you say about slide 6, I know we have to look at Schedule A to see what's going to a given recipient, but the specific grants on slide 6, you are looking at zeroing out for the next year.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I had initially understood. And just quickly, how is the HISRAP number determined?
So the HISRAP number is a number that's determined as part of the annual budget process. HISRAP is on a 2-year cycle. It has a natural CPI growth based on council policy. So FY 2027 allocations are determined because it's the second year of the grant process. So it's reflective of the second year award amount from the prior HISRAP process with that CPI assessment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I think that just answered my question. So 2028 HISRAP would be an opportunity for some of these organizations to reapply or to apply potentially for the first time. And we would expect groups like Magical Bridge or the Special Education PTA or other groups that maybe perform more human services to be competitive for his RAP funding. Is that right? Or are there any lines that we've drawn formally or informally in the past that rule out certain kinds of organizations?
I don't think there are any lines that would exclude them. At the same time, I really couldn't speak to competitiveness.
Yes, yeah, that's fair. Overall, I'm comfortable with the funding level of around $6.6 million on nonprofits. I think that's about a 2% reduction year over year, which is appropriate. My understanding is that is what we are asking city departments to cut. So if those are the cuts we're making to our own budgets, it's a roughly fair number. Sort of considering the issues from last year, and also I really appreciated Vice Mayor Stone's comments about how HRC is good at this, that HRC knows nonprofits and will also be able to reasonably assess what is necessary for a one-time startup grant. We'll also be able to assess performance. I think investing in HRC makes sense. There was an option in the staff report that we could potentially invest more in his RAP or rebrand his RAP somewhat to be a little bit more broad. I think that makes sense. I think if we keep some version of phase one for this coming year, and what my worry is that if we keep some version and we also cut our budget somewhat, say we go from 500K in phase one to 200K, it really is maybe not particularly worthwhile or efficient for all the council and staff time to go through that process, given that that smaller number will just be that much less meaningful to nonprofits. And there will be some exceptions that potentially we could make a finance committee or otherwise sort of one-off exception for this year if we really need to. I think on balance, the staff recommendation is reasonable, but I will align myself with Vice Mayor Stone overall on investing more in HRC to drive this process.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I did not appreciate that we're on a 2-year cycle for his RAP. So we've made a commitment to all these organizations. Is that correct?
As part of that process, yes, I will say as we do our best as an organization to honor that cycle process. We also have had to look at that process or do, say, a percentage across the board, reductions or additions as we have seen changes in our budget allocations. As an example, let's talk about a happier time. Council was working to bring total allocation to his RAP up to a certain cost inflation index, and so they added a percentage to every recipient of his RAP that year, and then that matriculated into future years for the process. And so you can adjust it, but obviously for the certainty of the nonprofit recipients that are receiving that, they are banking on that second year pending council's budget discussions.
Okay, yeah, that makes it much harder. I don't think the right answer is to zero out phase one. I just think there's just too many good groups in there. And I would rather see, like I said, spread the pain over both groups and have a small percentage cut and see what you can do with that money in phase one. Zeroing out some of these groups, I think, is going to be very painful for them. And I would think finance can look at that and say, well, we have to balance the budget, and is funding these more important than some other city programs? So the council will give their recommendation on 2 pools, his RAP and phase one, or will they have a combined pool?
No, his RAP is already part of will be part of the recommended budget.
Yeah, but finance could change that.
Correct.
Okay, so there'll be 2 different pots in the budget, one for his RAP and one for phase one, which currently is 0.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So since we're in a study session, we won't be taking votes. I want to put some things on the table and see if we get at least some concurrence. One is that I do think that for nonprofits who are naturally eligible for his rep, that's the right process, and that we should differentiate those things. For the three that are in this table on page 6, the three that I don't view as part of that, and this what started 2 years ago, they would not view, are the Magical Bridge Foundation, the funding for the CalAV, special events, and the UNAF funding. And so those I would recommend we refer to the Finance Committee with tentative support for ongoing funding for them. And there's a process issue too, which I think Councilmember Lithcott-Hames touched on, which is we went and created this obligation that it was reimbursement, and that creates a problem for a lot of nonprofits. And there have been, I also researched a little bit, and the Little Hoover Commission on the state level specifically said it should not be reimbursements because that is problematic for nonprofits. And we have had programs in the past where it was grants and it wasn't reimbursement based. So I think that's a policy direction that isn't, I think that comes from the council. I don't think that's Finance Committee. The Little Hoover Commission also encouraged maximum duration and simple renewal. If it's a program we want to continue to support, then we should, I think along those lines. I'll note that, you know, just the two from the PTA Special Ed and Pathways, which is Dream Catchers, those are great programs. But I was really surprised that was coming to the city for funding rather than PAUSD or PI. And those are school-related functions. They're great programs. I certainly support them, but I was surprised that, you know, the way we open it up, they basically were eligible to apply and they got some support. And I also just want to say that at the question of how we should fund these nonprofit partners in our community in a tough budget time, I do think that these organizations, many of these organizations are performing really vital services to our community that might otherwise be provided by city staff. And they represent a fulfillment of our top council priority this year, which is efficient and effective government. And that in funding them, we are getting a real bang for the buck. And so that doesn't necessarily answer all the questions of which ones we should fund, but that is, for me, very much a consideration. That in tough budget time, we want to leverage our resources, and this is one of the best ways to do that. So those are thoughts. And one other thing, that as special needs come up throughout the year, that's the sort of thing that the Council Contingency Fund has historically been used for. And we want to make sure that we have it available to do that, and that we, as throughout the year, as we get special events, we have the Pride Parade, for instance, that we have coming up. That's an example, and others. And so I just want us to keep our eye on using the contingency fund for those things that come up during the year that we think this is important to the community. It's not in the budget. We want to be able to be responsive and quickly be able to support those efforts. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second the idea of or at least weighing in on the three, Magical Bridge Foundation, UNAF, and Palo Alto Rec Foundation, as far as ensuring that those are incorporated into the budget. And the one thing I do want to, though, caution on is this idea of maybe reducing the amount of money being given to his RAP. I'm really concerned about that idea based on what I had said earlier. His RAP nonprofits rely on that funding. This has been a practice over, I would say, decades at this point, that funding is essentially maintained pretty consistently. Those nonprofits really do rely on those, and that is the expectation. In particular, it is a 2-year budget cycle, and so when those funds were awarded, there's a real strong expectation that would continue, even though what the city manager said, absolutely true, we still have to fund that. I think I would imagine be the first time, as long as I've been following his RAP, that we would then modify in the second year, correct? Okay.
I believe you're correct.
So that I'm really concerned, whereas what we're talking about here, the opposite expectation was really communicated last year, that these were not intended to be ongoing, but definitely agree, don't want to see all of these zeroed out, but I would hate to see us start to now mess with something that has been pretty stable and an incredible program. So always good to, any opportunity we can to be able to expand funding for nonprofits, I'm all for it, but recognizing we are going to have to make some challenging choices, especially come June. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess for me, there are those three, and I don't have any problem with putting them into the budget process, but I think the premise for that is that the remainder would be his RAP, and I think that's not the case, right? These are separate and additional to the his RAP funding they may or may not have gotten. Pardon me? Well, but some of these aren't his RAP eligible. So but these are not, what can I say? His RAP decisions were already made last year, right? So they're not going to have an opportunity to make them again this year. So these were additional separate, and/or there could be one or two that are not. Let me see if I can find one. Well, actually, I guess you pulled out the CalAV thing, but it would still zero these out. So I guess my concern is, I guess my thought is sort of like what Councilmember Liu was saying, in that if we have to give a haircut across the from 6.7 to 6.5 million, the whatever percent, I would not like to get there collectively by having some be zeroed out entirely. What I would like is to see, finance grapple with the smaller percentage, and then have a skinnier process for this where we go through and have a smaller number. I don't know what that number is, but I think we ought to take a look at it. For the Pathwise grant, that had been a his RAP grant, and they were coming back for more, I believe, because it was an after-school program, was I believe why originally it was a his RAP grant and not an education PTA thing. And I think that's similar for the special ed PTA, because it was an after-school buddy program. It would be nice if we could, I'd be happy to explore if we could find alternate funding for them there, but I think there was some precedent for it being not in that category, so I'm concerned about them. Anyway, I think I would like to see this go forward in just a limited fashion this year, as everything else is, but not zeroed out. I think that's too harsh for some of these folks. I also will not belabor now because of time, but I had just some small points. While I much like the skinny down application, we haven't really talked about it. The one question that I'm glad to see added that we just time and again we're curious about and we're asking people on the fly was, would the program remain viable with partial funding? I think that's really important and going to be even more so this year. Some aren't, and some are. And if they are, they like to tell you which part they really need and how much they really need. So I think that is going to be a particularly critical question, and I will save my other comments on that for later. And turn to Councilmember Lowing.
Two things relative to our feedback to staff on next steps. One is I'd sort of like to either review or amend what Councilmember Rectal said. I think we're actually putting three things back to the Finance Committee. One is there's three budget areas. One is his wrap, which is already in there. And the other one is potentially some of these new phase one that we have to look at. And then thirdly, what I call the ROI partners, which we talked about. So there's three classifications of grants that we're still going to be looking at collectively, right? So that's going to be on finance plate, which means we still need to process a one-page application or whatever for the anything additional. And it does mean that because people need money, we're going to get some additional on top of that. So we're just going to have to grapple with that. So that's that process. The other thing, I think you should just go ahead, to the extent that it can fit on PNS's agendas, still go ahead and work this in 26 to get it ready for 27 in the 2.0 version. And nobody should feel bad that the 1.0 didn't work because it was a pilot and we learned things and it's going to work. So, but I don't want to wait a whole year to get restarted on again. That's my two items of feedback.
All right, and I'm going to let you have the last word. I see no further lights, and unless staff has final, I'll let you have the last word.
Sure, thank you.
Bring it home.
If I could just perhaps recap what we think we heard, and I think Councilmember Lowing said it well. We want to keep some process, so we would work with the PNS committee on what that would be. The Finance Committee will get referrals on agreements that will go directly through the budget process. And let's see, the one open question coming out of this is really the timing. And so what we may suggest, and kind of thinking this through on the fly, is that finance set aside a dollar amount that will be for the phase one grants, and that we may need more time to actually get to awards, so that may not track entirely with the budget adoption, but may have to follow slightly after. So that's an initial thought, but appreciate your feedback to what we've got at this point, and we'll take it from there.
All right, thank you very much. Council, since we have a long road ahead, I think we just take a quick 5-minute break. We are a few minutes ahead of schedule, and so I'm going to recess for 5, and we'll be right back to deal with the San Antonio area plan. Thank you. All right, let's call the meeting back to order, and we'll move on to item 3, which is our second study session, the San Antonio Road Area Plan Update and Feedback. So staff, I will turn it over to you, Director Late.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Delighted to be before you this evening at this study session. We know that we have a complicated topic for you, but we are going to come back and see you again in a couple of months where we can have more of a discussion on this. I'm joined by Robert Kane, Principal Planner with our department, and this is, I believe, his first presentation before the City Council. As we were joking just before this meeting, we wanted to tee him up with a softball item so that he could cut his teeth with the council, so good luck. And we're also joined by Matt Ramey. He's principal with Ramey and Associates Alta, Ramey Associates Alta, and consultant firm representing helping the city advance this project forward. So with that, Mr. Kane, it's all yours.
Great, thank you very much. Tonight, I'll give you a brief overview of what we're going to talk about. I will try to keep my remarks brief to allow as much time for you all to give us the feedback that we're seeking tonight. Next slide, please. So I'll give you a brief project update and reminder of what it is we're talking about here tonight, talk about our overall design strategy, and then get into the areas that we are requesting feedback on. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, this is an area plan. It is both a land use and a mobility plan for about 275 acres along the southern border of the city, along San Antonio Road from Alma all the way to the Bay, and some of the key intersections and cross streets in that area. We are looking through the plan to create some feasible design alternatives for capital improvement projects, as well as set zoning and development standards for private development, as well as implementation tools and strategies to put into use. Next slide, please. Right now, we are in phase 2 of the program, where we have developed a vision and are exploring various land use and mobility alternatives that are detailed in the packet in attachment A for this item. We hope to come back to you in a couple months in June to get some decisions about some of those alternatives. But tonight we're here for a study session to get feedback that'll help us narrow down those alternatives for you. After this phase, we will come back hopefully before the end of the year with more details about policy recommendations and analysis of the plan design before moving into the environmental analysis and final draft plan for your consideration and adoption, which is currently on our schedule for the first half of 2028 to finalize the project. Next slide, please. So just to set some context for tonight, while our packet included a lot of detail, staff is going to be focusing on some key areas that will really be helpful in us advancing to the next milestone in the project. Those other aspects of the plan are not forgotten, but they will be covered in later phases of this project. I also want to note that the housing unit ranges that you see in the packet and that we'll discuss tonight are a projection of what the capacity could be at different ranges under a high redevelopment scenario. The lower end reflects what the current zoning will allow, and then there are additional options to go up and beyond what the current zoning allows as well. The plan complements other city initiatives, including housing programs in other parts of the city, bikeway improvements throughout the city, including in South Palo Alto, grade separation projects, and of course the Cumberly Community Center redevelopment project, which is immediately next door to this area plan. And while the plan area does include 53 housing element sites, we're talking more about a 20 to 25 year horizon and not just the immediate RHNA cycle. So that's why some of the numbers are going to be higher than what RHNA is currently what the city's RENA currently is. Next slide, please. So for our overall design strategy, we decided to break the 275 acres down into smaller sub-areas, and then we identified which of those were most likely to redevelop. We also identified areas most in need of parks and third spaces, and which intersections were really key to focus on improvements. And all of this is with the goal of creating these more livable communities, creating connections to Caltrain and to other transit, and to increasing safety and mobility throughout the plan area. Next slide, please. So when we develop the sub-areas, there's 4 key ones that we're going to focus on that are the primary sub-areas. It's the area from, we call Central San Antonio, which is roughly from Middlefield to Charleston, but also the parcels on the opposite side of the Middlefield intersection as well. That's an area where we have a number of pipeline projects currently under review. The CTI area, we call it CTI because it's the Commercial Street, Transport Street, and Industrial Avenue area. It's bounded by 101, San Antonio, Charleston, and the city of Mountain View. That's an area where there's some developer interest. And then North and South Fabian are the neighborhoods along Fabian Way that are also areas where there's developer interest. We also have secondary sub-areas on East and West Bayshore and along Alma, and then areas of stability, which are areas that staff does not expect to have significant development, including the southern portion of San Antonio, the Greenhouse, and Green Meadow, which is not technically in the plan area, but is adjacent and is subject, at least parts of it are subject to SB 79, which will be another discussion for council at a later date. Next slide, please. So far to date, we had 3 community advisory group meetings and 3 technical advisory group meetings. We've had workshops, online surveys, walk audits, pop-ups, stakeholder interviews, and we've met with a lot of the advisory boards, commissions, and committees throughout the city. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're looking for feedback in 7 main areas listed here. We'll go through each of them a little bit more in the next slides. And in the next slides, we've also provided you with some high-level feedback we've received from the other advisory groups and the public. Please note that the other advisory groups also held study sessions, so there were no votes, but the feedback that we've presented or what we felt were key or consensus feedback from them. There were obviously sometimes dissenting opinions. And when it says public, we're talking about what we heard at the workshop and through the survey. Obviously, there's also other public feedback, and not everyone in the public has the same opinion, but those are the items where there was a majority agreement through those 2 forums at least. Next slide, please. So we'd like to know your thoughts on the overall plan direction, including the scope, direction, and our timeline, and how we've classified the various different sub-areas. Next slide, please. We'd like to hear about building heights and density for residential units, given that throughout most of the plan area, 60-foot heights are the status quo in the city. There are options to increase that height limit as well, should the council feel that that is the appropriate way to go. Next slide, please. We would like feedback on office development, how much office should be allowed, specifically in the 2 neighborhoods that are bordering US 101. Next slide, please. We'd also like feedback on parks and outdoor space. That those 2 neighborhoods, again, along 101, are classified as park deficient, meaning that it's more than a 10-minute walk to get to an existing public park or community center. So we would like to, public community center. So therefore, we'd like feedback on how to develop parks in those areas. Next slide, please. We've also had a lot of discussion at the advisory boards and bodies about ground floor retail and the appropriateness in the central San Antonio region or sub-area. The other sub-areas that are more of an internal residential feel have a different set of requirements, given that there'll be more of a neighborhood type scale, whereas Central San Antonio is still going to be an artery, perhaps similar to El Camino Real, perhaps not. Next slide, please. And we're going to ask about general mobility improvements, how you feel about balancing the types of facilities that should be added for pedestrians and cyclists. And next slide, please. As well as some specific sections that are key to developing the overall plan, including the central area of San Antonio between East Charleston and Middlefield, as well as the portion of East Charleston south of San Antonio to the Mountain View border. And next slide, please. We also provide you with some additional general feedback that we heard along the way that we thought might be of interest to you as well. And next slide. That concludes my presentation. We have members of both the Department of Planning and Development Services and the Office of Transportation available for questions, as well as our consultants, both from the Ramey team. We have in the audience as well Chris Netzadig, who did a lot of the more detailed work. We also have on Zoom sub-consultants from our transportation sub-consultant Kittleson and our economic sub-consultant Strategic Economics. And then also on Zoom, we have Commissioner Kevin G. He is the current PTC liaison to the council. He's also a member of our community advisory group, so he's pretty well informed about the projects and is available to provide his take on what PTC said at their state session or answer questions that you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kane. Well done on your first outing here. This represents an awful lot of work, and just a reminder, tonight is just a study session, and there's a lot here, but I think you're seeking particular feedback so that when you come back before we go on break in June, if there are some things that are non-starters, we can identify those now, and you can have more well-developed things for us when we actually can vote on them. So we'll come back and go through the requested feedback items. But before we do, I'd like to turn to public comment. So Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
One moment, I see a few hands raising in Zoom. We have 11 requests to speak.
Okay, let's go ahead with the, this is an important item. Let's go ahead with the 3 minutes. So we can keep that to roughly half an hour.
Our first speaker is Sonia B.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sonia Bradsky. I'm a resident of Green Meadow, and I'm speaking here as an individual. Aggregate development potential of 3,800 to 7,400 units was revealed only recently to the CAG members, who were surprised by the scale. It's a 13 to 25% increase in existing citywide dwelling units to one area of the city. 7,400 units exceeds the total state mandate of 6,086 units for all of Palo Alto by almost 1,000 units and exceeds the housing element allotment for this area by 5,200 units. I understand this is a 25-year plan, but it's a massive change to an area with no existing infrastructure to support it. How, when will new infrastructure be funded? What other parts of the city are being studied for similar heights, levels of density in the same time frame? What is the timeline for their process? If a SARAP plan is adopted before 2031, will its recommendations supersede the existing housing element comp plan limits
opening gates early for development proposals and land purchases. The Maxar site, a large parcel inside PAUSD enrollment area, just went on the market. Regarding bikes, at a recent PABAC budget discussion, I asked staff to please add the proposed San Antonio bike lanes to their list of CIP priorities for the coming 5 years, so bike lanes will be in place when the new San Antonio residents move in. Building bike lanes after travel habits are established will make mode shift much harder to achieve. Staff asked, would you be okay with the paint? It would be a little better than nothing. Please fund bike lanes now. Speaking as a bicyclist, I bike everywhere. The San Antonio truck route arterial connects Mountain View, Los Altos, Palo Alto, Stanford, and the Research Park to 101, Foothills Expressway, El Camino Real, Alma, and regional jobs. Combined proposed growth in Mountain View and Palo Alto is likely to worsen serious congestion on a route that carries goods and people, impacting quality of life and economic vitality. What's the plan to maintain operations and safety?
Your time is up.
For new and existing residents, regional commuters, and trucks. Thank you for considering my comments.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. I'm Penny Elson. I'm a member of the SERAP CAG and a resident of Green Meadow also. A congested this is really wildly crazy today. A congested San Antonio road will cause diversion of traffic onto neighborhood, bike boulevard, and school routes, which the comp plan prohibits. Please ask staff to address these safety impacts in Green Meadow and Greendale neighborhoods. Existing bike ped facilities between Alma and the Caltrain station have insufficient capacity to support greatly increased bike ped traffic. Capacity solutions at these locations are needed. Cubberley is an important piece to this puzzle. We need a functional Cubberley Community Center well-connected by all modes to SERAP areas and existing Palo Alto neighborhoods. SERAP planning should incorporate Cubberley, Charleston Shopping Center, and the Mitchell Park Superblock as essential community hubs. Most Palo Alto residents don't understand the scale of growth that is coming. Include projections for citywide growth in population and demand for community services in the Cubberley ballot and measure language. I think that will be helpful. Include retail on San Antonio Road to create ground level vibrancy essential for walkable environments of urban scale. And please preserve Summerwinds, the only decent garden store in the entire city, by not upzoning it and creating incentive to sell. Regarding office space and jobs, ensure the amount and type of office space is not projected to increase current number of jobs in the SERAF area, exacerbating our city's jobs housing imbalance. Please require provision of mitigations, including legally binding tools such as a nexus study, particularly for parks, traffic impacts, bike ped facilities, and transit. Please cap heights at 60 to 85 feet and allow these heights only in locations where higher density can be well supported by infrastructure. Our city budget, as far as I can tell, has no money earmarked right now for SERAP mitigations. How will this be funded? Thank you for considering my comments.
Our next speaker is Everest D.
Hi, my name's Everest. I'm from the Green Meadow neighborhood. Today, there are roughly 384 homes on the corridor. The proposed plan could push that to nearly 7,000 units. That could increase the city population by over 20% on only 2% of the city's land. That is a massive scale change in density, not just a little infill. It turns the low-scale corridor into one of the densest parts of the entire city. Something that I'm really concerned about is the traffic and parking. Cut-through driving and parking will overflow into the surrounding neighborhoods. In my experience watching developments around the Bay, the pattern is very clear. We upzone aggressively. We tell people to use public transit instead, but the people don't get rid of their cars. They still own them. They still need them for work, their kids, and errands, and trips that transits don't serve. When there isn't enough parking on site, the cars won't disappear. They will flow into the residential streets surrounding these new developments. Residents will end up competing for space in front of their own homes, dealing with more circling, more driveways blocked, and more congestion and safety issues, especially during heavy commute hours. Please don't let the surrounding neighborhoods become a giant overflow parking lot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Benigna D.
Good evening, council members. My name is Benigna Dupre. I'm a resident of Green Meadow, and I'm speaking as an individual. As I understand, the current proposal is going to increase in that very small sliver of the city by about 3,800 units up to 7,400. It seems like it's going to be between 13 to 25% increase of the population in an area that's less than 2% of the city area. So I'm very concerned about this overall plan that currently doesn't seem to have appropriate budget to take care of the necessary infrastructure that would be required to support the safety and the livelihood of the people in this area. Specifically, I'm very concerned about the traffic increase that would be induced in that particular area of town. It's a massive increase of population, including if we add additional businesses and work areas. On any particular day, you can see already today at the intersection of Charleston and San Antonio, on the best day at rush hour, especially at school drop-off, it's already very congested. With the proposed increase, it's going to be extremely difficult to manage the traffic there. So I'm asking to specifically look into the plans to deal with the increased congestion. And last but not least, I'm curious about what are the other areas of the city we're considering for other possible expansion. As stated earlier, as I understand, the current proposal will exceed the state mandates by a large margin. So I'm curious what are other options we're considering to meet the mandates. Again, to conclude, I'm curious how and when we would have the necessary infrastructure to support the safety and the livelihood of people in that area. Thank you for considering my comments.
Our next speaker is Mary G.
Mayor and council members, my name is Mary Gruber. I'm a Green Meadow resident in Palo Alto, and I support housing. I supported the housing element, and I want SARAP to succeed. But I have serious concern about how this process has been communicated to the public. For the past 2 years, residents have heard that about 2,000 units are planned for this corridor. We've heard that again and again. That number came from the certified housing element. But the SARAP alternatives you are studying today have surprised us all. They're 2 to 5 times higher than that, 3,800 to 7,400 units. Why? What was rezoned in the SARAP area in the council meeting 2 years ago on November 13th, 2023? By trying to understand the increase in the SARAP scale, I came across this rezoning. I'm not an expert. It was very hard to understand. But if it was rezoned, I thought maybe that might explain the larger SARAP scale. And if it was rezoned, how has this been communicated? Council members, staff, and public reporting continued to cite 2,000 units as recently as the SARAP Council study session in October 2025. If I'm reading the sequence correctly, the rezoning created the capacity for these build-out numbers, but the conversation with residents never caught up to that reality. Furthermore, a SARAP is described as a 20-year planning horizon. But once land is rezoned, development is market-driven. The financial incentive is significant. A plausible scenario is that this corridor turns over much, much faster than 20 years. I would like to see the urgency this scale demands: infrastructure budgeting, a transportation nexus study, and a genuine commitment to services to the community this plan will create. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Deshelle L.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker, Vice Mayor Stone, and Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Dashel Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, speaking tonight on behalf of our chapter's Bay Alive campaign. We're very concerned about increasing the development potential east of Bayshore, an area on the front lines of sea level rise, storm surge, and groundwater rise. This area is adjacent to the Baylands and the sensitive riparian corridor of Adobe Creek. Upzoning here for commercial development could degrade this habitat through increased light, noise, and activity while putting people and infrastructure at risk. It would also increase the long-term public costs for flood protection and emergency response. Good planning should reduce the risk over time, not add more of it in place. This approach also risks maladaptation. New development can limit future options for shoreline resilience in this area, limiting space for wetlands to migrate to and for nature-based solutions like horizontal levees and transition zones. The BCDC Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan is clear. Shoreline areas should be preserved for water-dependent uses and adaptation, with nature-based solutions prioritized where feasible. Increasing development in these areas moves us in the opposite direction of that plan. We urge the Council to limit the development intensity east of Bayshore and instead preserve these lands for shoreline resilience, habitat, and long-term public safety as the current built environment reaches the end of its lifespan. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Liz H. Liz, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Liz Helmer, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Presidio Bay Ventures, the owner and developer controlling nearly half of the 26 acres within the CTI sub-area. With 11 acres of property, we're heavily invested in the best outcome for this area and genuinely excited about the opportunity to partner with the city in adding much needed housing. As you consider the land use alternatives, we urge the city to allow a true mix of uses, meaning housing, office and commercial, and community services to make a complete neighborhood. The reality is that a multifamily residential alone doesn't pencil economically in this location, especially given the current land and construction costs and the area's fragmented and industrial infrastructure. We'd like to emphasize that the inclusion of job-creating spaces doesn't necessarily translate to a jobs housing imbalance. We believe there's a way to build mixed-use neighborhoods, similar to what we've already demonstrated at Springline and Menlo Park, which several of you have visited before. It's a perfect example of how combining work, residential, and public open space can create a vibrant, inclusive district that serves both the community and the economy. Lastly, I understand that jobs housing is a concern and that is largely driven by traffic concerns. But in our view, there's no better way to mitigate car traffic than allow housing in a neighborhood where workplaces are also walkable and bikeable. Thank you for your time and effort on this planning process, and we look forward to collaborating with you further. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amber B.
Good evening. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. My name is Umber Bunsel, and I am a current second year at Stanford University working with Palo Alto Forward. We appreciate the city's ongoing work to plan for additional homes and enhance street design through the San Antonio Area Plan. This plan presents an important chance to advance the objectives of Palo Alto's housing element, which anticipates that a large share of future housing will be located along the San Antonio corridor. Students in Palo Alto, particularly those affiliated with Stanford University, face ongoing challenges finding affordable housing, making it critical to maximize residential capacity in the San Antonio area, which over half of survey respondents are in favor of. While looking for off-campus housing myself for the summer, the rent for a 3-month lease is completely out of a student's reach, even with funding grants. Therefore, maximizing housing capacity and allowing more dense, multifamily development will help meet this demand while reducing long commutes and housing instability. At the same time, many students rely on biking and other forms of public transit, so investing in fully protected Class 4 bike lanes is essential to ensure safe, reliable access to housing, jobs, and education. I ask that these two priorities, maximize residential capacity and protected Class 4 bike lanes, are considered by the Commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John P.
Good afternoon or evening. This is John Pachola. I'm a resident of the Greenhouse condominium. So I live on San Antonio Road, and my focus is on that block of San Antonio, or the blocks of San Antonio Road between Middlefield and Charleston. When this vision at the beginning of this packet and the beginning of this process, they had a vision for viable neighborhoods, and it was almost like we would create a park-like atmosphere. That's a significant challenge for San Antonio Road. At present, the San Antonio Road between Middlefield and Charleston provides in each direction 2 lanes of traffic, 1 lane of which is a shared bicycle lane, a parking lane which is also used as a right turn lane and a loading zone, a median strip which is also used as a left turn lane, and a sidewalk and a parking strip. This all fits within a 76.5-foot curb to curb, or an overall 100.5 foot ROW. There are 3 alternatives presented, 2 of which drop both parking lanes, and the other drops 1 parking lane. Alternative, the MSA 3 is the only option that offers the preferred 2-way bikeway both sides bicycle solution, and it requires increasing the right-of-way from 100.5 feet to 105.5 feet. At present, there is in this package, or in the plan, there is no explicit goal regarding mitigation of the existing heavy traffic in this triangle of San Antonio Road, Middlefield Road, and Charleston Road. If they had at least an objective of do no harm, of first do no harm, none of these options would be acceptable. They all remove parking, and parking is not just a convenience for the people in the neighborhood. That parking lane is also used for right-hand turns and other things that if you do away with them, you would degrade the traffic, which is already very heavy. So, and then getting rid of the parking would as you've seen before, the parking just moves into the neighborhoods. So again, I think, of the 3 options that are being presented, none of them are really viable.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I hope I sent most of my comments in a message to council and to the Planning Commission. I hope you take the time to read it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark H.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Mark Holler. My wife and I live in Green Meadow near the intersection of Nelson Drive and Adobe Place. We've owned our home there for 15 years and have lived in Palo Alto for 33 years. I'm an electrical engineer and work in Sunnyvale, so often commute via San Antonio Road intersections. The city's current plans allowing 8-story buildings along San Antonio place too much of a burden on nearby neighborhoods. Limiting new buildings to 60 feet to 75 feet is an effective way of managing the number of units in our area. We urge the city to look for opportunities to meet the requirements of SB 79 by spreading units more broadly across the city. Development should be emphasized in areas already served by transit, such as near the University and California Avenue Caltrain stations, along El Camino from the border with Menlo Park to the border with Mountain View, and near the intersection of 101 and Embarcadero. I also urge the council to require development along San Antonio to provide 1 parking space per unit. This area has poor transit, which seems unlikely to improve. Residents there will own cars. Finally, at a more granular level, some observations about the Charleston-San Antonio Road intersection. Though I appreciate the most recent improvements to Charleston between Fabian Way and San Antonio Road, future development on Fabian Way will add to congestion in that area. The upcoming replacement of the 101 San Antonio Road overpass with a 4-lane complete streets overpass has the potential to help mitigate congestion and improve pedestrian and cyclist safety when crossing 101. To mitigate the additional flow in that area, traffic flow in that area, widening Charleston between Fabian and San Antonio could provide 2 left turn lanes from eastbound Charleston onto northbound San Antonio, while at the same time maintaining 2 through lanes crossing San Antonio. I look forward to future exploration by staff of this option as development is considered in the future. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Christopher B.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll try to hit the most important points. I drive around the Bay Area a lot, and it's getting pretty ugly and pretty bad out there. I'm gonna tell you what. And the biggest problem is all these developers, they want to build right up to the line. You know, it's one thing to build, you know, to stack, but they want to pack. And so you're walking down the street and there's no plants, there's no trees. I mean, there might be trees by the city, but the developer doesn't build any. And I'm gonna tell you from living in this area, it's nice if you have shade, but if you don't, it's pretty hot out here, actually. It's actually unbearably hot in the summer. And what I would really like to see is we got the road, we got a tree, we got the sidewalk, we got plants. So we got plants, we got trees on both sides of where you're walking down the sidewalk. And that's going to require having these developers back their buildings up a little bit. And I don't know, maybe give them an extra story. I don't know. I'm against that, but it's important to have these plants. As you may or may not be aware, it's very unhealthy to live in an urban environment. And the biggest part of that is the air is not good to breathe because of the car exhaust. And countless studies have been done on this and so forth. But anyway, I just really support having plants on both sides of the street. Now we'll make some, more specific comments. I would say you guys are talking about having retail up and down and giant buildings. Where are the people going to park to go to these stores? Like, I don't really get that. And having underground parking is not really a good idea in this area. As you know, it's very close to the bay, which means the water table is about 8 feet down. So, I mean, it's just a river of water. This not a good place to be building underground. Just to say that there's so many things to say. It's such a big deal. But I would just really urge you not to go over the state mandate. I understand that the state is requiring you to build 6,000 units in the city. But going over that, I really wouldn't recommend that just from an economical standpoint. Housing is a worldwide commodity. So what? There's 8 billion people in the world. I'm just doing some quick math here. There's probably 5 billion homes or something like that. Could be more. So building 1,000 homes is not going to lower the price of housing in any significant, like by a penny or something like that. It might lower. Okay, so it's something to think about. There's so much more to say about this, but really appreciate you guys listening. And I just want to thank all of my neighbors for their comments. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 3.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our public commenters for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. Now it's time for council to share its thoughts with staff and give you some feedback. Obviously, you're free to comment as you wish, but I would suggest that we organize it a little bit. In our packet, there was a list of requested feedback, and it's repeated on slide 9. And it starts with sort of overall plan direction and sub-area classification. And I would suggest we comment on that, including any comments on predicate methodology and assumptions, and anything about buildings, the residential density and building heights, office development, and ground floor retail. And I know it's all interrelated, so if you need to comment in the first round on parks and outdoor space and mobility, do, but if you could hold that, it might keep our conversation a little more organized. And I will just note that my understanding is the most key feedback now to help with the presentation in June is really the height and density of the residences. We have the 60-90 or 160 to 250 options for that. And also another key thing is office density in the CTI. So we have a couple of options they put forth there. So if you can make sure, and if you have thoughts on those, to share them, that would be great. And who would like to start? Wow. We're worn out already. There's no way. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, happy to start because where I actually want to start is in the packet on page 30 of the report or 61. It's a whole methodology issue there. And I just want to make comments and turn them into questions for about 5 of those bullet points. And first of all, the first one where you say that the build-out assumptions for now, such as the density ranges and building prototypes and replacement ratios, are based on recent pipeline projects and market demand. I don't think that's the vision that we want for the future. And in fact, this report corrects that approach later on when it even talks about in attachment B, noting that with bare uptick in the economy, all 3 of the housing types that are in this are feasible. And we're right now looking at high interest rates and all kinds of things going on in the world. So I think that if we were just doing it on this basis, I think this would be wrong, but I don't think we're doing it that way. So I just want to point that out, that it's a bit contradictory. And then you're already hearing comments from the public about this maximum growth potential that's possible in the area. And I'm not sure how that helps us in terms of do this analysis, because there's just the realities of what you might be able to get built over any amount of time. And I just don't think that, that sort of upper number is actually even possible. On top of which, if we wanted to, we could put in, caps in certain areas by each of these districts. And there might also be an infrastructure limitation that is just sort of, natural, not to mention the good old traffic implications, because I don't know when we're going to be able to put in any more 4-lane streets. So I think that it's really sort of not good for the public or developers to hear about 7,400 units, because that could send the wrong message. And if we look at the length of housing cycles, in only 2 housing cycles, we would get to pretty close to that number of the low end already. And the number that we do have in our own RENA allocations is also in the packet. And on page 108, I'm sorry. 109, and for the public, we are still carrying that as 1,559 units. So even if we were to do 2 housing cycles, that'd be already 3,000, and that gets us at least 16 years into the future. So I just don't find this, but it's on the table for a question if you want to address it, but I just don't find how that's helpful in terms of going where we want to go. And the other issue I really don't understand is on bullet point number 5, when you talked about up to 100% of a commercial only is being factored in. Because again, there's just some upper reality constraints. So I know that there is a tendency to go that direction and say, what is the maximum? But I just think it's the wrong messaging right now. And then also on the last point there, when we're talking about the jobs housing policy, the methodology says that it's going to be at least the current housing balance. But why don't we put a stake in the ground that we want to reduce our already high housing element? Ratio for jobs housing balance. So just some comments, and you don't necessarily need to comment on those if you don't want, but that's sort of relative to where I think we need to go on some of these things here. Now, you wanted to talk about housing types. As I noted, it seems like they're all feasible at some point in time. So over the course of 20 years, they're going to probably all be feasible, but up and down, we can't really dictate that. We just have to have the developer think that they're making a good investment. I think that the starting point of this, however, is that the idea of office in general is fine. I think there's a place for offices. I think the heights and the amount of office in a given area is going to have to be done by the sort of the districts as you created them, which I think is a really, really good way to do that. So that it makes some sense, and it's going to be devil in the details in the particular areas that you want. And you had building types for 90 and 160 to 250, 60, 90, and 260, but you didn't have anything between there. Is that because that's not a building type that people want to build right now? Is it as simple as that? Okay. And another question on this is still about the housing, is that I was intrigued by the fact that because of the density bonus, state law density bonus, that if we had the 60-foot building, by using the density bonus, they could get effectively to almost to the 90 anyway, and has really positive implications, in my point of view, on affordable housing, because that would require them, with the density bonus, to put affordable housing units on site as opposed to fees. So it gets us actual housing, and it gets it distributed in all the housing there, which would be great, as opposed to have pure affordable housing for equity reasons and just, good neighborhood reasons. So wouldn't that be something that we might want to encourage, emphasize, put in place, as opposed to be so liberal to begin with on the 85 or 90 foot? Because this way we have a big plus, and it seems like it would be a good lever for us.
Sure, so I'll take a first cut at that. And, I think really what we're looking for, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think you could allow the 90 feet, and we could require an inclusionary component. Maybe it's akin to state density bonus, if that's the model that we want to follow. But I don't think just because we're considering 90 feet that would not include inclusionary units. We haven't gotten to that economic pro forma analysis to figure out what that entails, but one of the goals, of course, is to have a range of housing diversity.
That was my exact next question. So thanks. We don't know what that percentage is yet, but we might do something like we did in the focus area, where we got height, but we had a certain requirement because we have such a high quota and we have such a desire to have affordable housing in our city.
Exactly. And I'd say for the purposes of tonight, echoing the mayor, is if we can just get, we're listening for not direction, because you're not making a motion tonight, but we're looking for themes that we can draw from so that we can make your discussion in January a little more fine-tuned. So these elements about percentages, what we're really looking for is, on the height scale, where is there something in that range that's uncomfortable and we don't want to pursue? And if that's the case, then fine, we can just discard that and focus on the areas where there's some traction.
Okay, and a related area is parking, and that's basically not in here, but I take it that's just too early in the process to be thinking about that or writing about that.
That's fair.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first I want to say that even though I also have concerns on some of the development scenarios, and I'll get into that, I do really want to commend that this study really had some very good work in it. And I've seen a lot of them over the years. It's thorough and comprehensive, particularly around mobility issues and urban design issues. So I really just want to say we have a lot of consultant work, and we aren't always impressed with the way in which the work understands and reflects an understanding of the context and other related issues. So I also do want to say there was a question on where else in the city are we looking at these things as similar plans, and we've done so in the El Camino Corridor Plan, and for our two downtown areas, we have the SB 79 mandates that even superseded the housing plan that we were working on downtown. So I've got a couple questions that I appreciate as concise of answers as possible. Whatever we zone for, we've got the potential of SB 330 and other state-allowed bonuses and incentives. So if we zone for one level, are we going to have developers that then say, oh yeah, you thought you were zoning for 7 or 8 stories, but actually we get a density bonus beyond that? Is that correct?
I'm sorry. So yeah, I would say tell us what you want to plan for, and
you'll back off.
We'll figure out how to get there. And
Okay.
and it may be that there's an alternative to the state density bonus, or maybe we build it into it. But
good, the final outcome. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then you on the office replacement, I just wanted to say that, or the office development, my notion would be one with Councilmember allowing that I want to see us significantly reduce our jobs housing imbalance, and but I would be open to replacement office. And where that replacement office goes might be something that is open to consideration, which goes into a concept that I didn't see it in the report, which is whether transfer of development rights might be a tool that we would want to have here to have some of the outcomes we're looking for, perhaps including land for parks. So if we put minimum density at a location, but had an allowance that it could be townhomes, but they'd have to pay a TDR, that might be one form. If we put a maximum density of 5 stories, but if they went up to 7, they'd have a TDR. Or perhaps if they wanted to be able to include office on one parcel, and another parcel had existing office, but wanted to build all residential, could they sell a office TDR? And and could any of those tools be used that if somebody has land and they're willing to sell their TDRs in order to have it become parkland or sell it to the city at amount, is that something that might be legally feasible and practical?
So I'll pass it over to our consultant to give a fuller answer, but I'll say that this is something we also heard at the Parks and Rec Commission and the Planning and Transportation Commission as well. And we're not currently at the phase where we're developing that sort of level, but it's something we'll be doing more analysis on the different policies later this year. And I'll pass it over to our consultant.
Hi, thanks for that question. TDR is possible, but they're very difficult to implement. And that's the big challenge. I think we have to create a market. We can talk more about that later. There are other strategies if what you're trying to do is balance development and different heights in different areas, and different types of development. Because if that's the outcome you want, we can think through different ways of achieving that outcome.
Well, that is one of the outcomes. And another outcome that I'm really interested in is how we can afford to have the parkland that we need. So I'd be open to hearing about various tools, and I don't know if you are familiar with our current TDR programs and our history with that, and it's had some good outcomes in general. Okay, I'll let that go. Thanks.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank the staff, consultant team, and all the members of the public and commissions that worked on this. I am really impressed with the detail, the depth of analysis, the financial analysis, and I think we're moving quickly, which is appropriate. Just one message, largely for the public. The maximum development numbers, in my interpretation, are not something to be scared of and maybe a little bit misleading. I agree with Councilmember Lowing when I think he said to the fact that the high end of these numbers won't be built anytime soon, even 20 plus years out. I'm maybe even a little bit more pessimistic than Councilmember Lowing. I don't take for granted that the price increases that are needed to make some of these housing typologies, like 5-story multifamily, feasible, will necessarily happen in the next foreseeable future. As tech offices change, as housing becomes available in other areas in our region, there might be some downward pressure or at least not the kind of growth that's needed in that area. I will also point out that with SB 79, the development potential of the area half-mile around Cal Ave and University Stations, to Councilmember Burt's points, will go up by tens of millions of residential square feet. That is the theoretical maximum capacity, because the half-mile radius is around 20 million square feet. So the maximum density is literally tens of thousands of extra units around each of those transit stations, but we know that that is not going to happen. And so these high-end numbers are maybe useful reference points, but we need to be sort of looking at the opportunities and sort of opportunities from this plan rather than worry too much about a long tail sort of traffic nightmare scenario. What I am most worried about actually for this plan is a sort of sense of mediocrity, that we have a lot of traffic but not that much housing, that we have relatively little redevelopment and reinvestment in the area, that we have 2-acre parks instead of 4.5-acre park, for example, contemplated at the Maxar site. To that effect, I think TDRs for office and residential make a lot of sense. I think integrating those TDRs with their downtown TDRs, if it is simpler and creates a more common market, makes a lot of sense. I think potentially minimum densities make sense as well. If the Maxar site, for example, develops as townhomes, there's really not a super feasible path based on the impact fees to get the several acres of parks that we could theoretically get if we allowed bigger height. In general, we charge around $50 in impact fees between parks, community centers, and libraries per square foot. So if you're looking at a 25-acre site and you're comparing the difference between townhomes and a 8-story podium, depending on site area, depending on floor area and site coverage assumptions, you're talking 100 million plus potential difference in impact fees, which could go to Cupperley, which could go to park acquisition in the area. And that's relatively straightforward math. It's literally in the tens and potentially even hundreds of millions of dollars if you consider broader, tens of acres sort of swaths of zoning that we're making decisions on. I don't see the timer. I worried that may have already gone about 5 minutes, so I can come back with more comments.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, yeah. I join everyone else in saying that there's a lot of good work that went into this. It's really impressive. Sometimes the reports are just so superficial that this is a nice breath of fresh air. Okay, overall, this is a really bad place to live right now, but I think down the road it could be a really great place to live. You're walking distance, biking distance from Google. There are no nearby neighbors in most places, which means you can get a lot of density without the standard complaints. And so most areas, 85 feet I would be happy with. And that's really good for addressing our housing imbalance, but it means that you also have a lot of ripples going on. You have transit issues, you have traffic issues, you have cut-through traffic, you have bike and ped impacts. And so there's a lot of work going on. What type of traffic modeling have we been doing for these potential developments?
Yeah, I'm actually going to turn this over to Amanda from Kittleson, assuming Amanda is online here, to be able to answer the question for the team. Amanda?
Yeah, hello, this is Amanda Leahy with Kittleson. So the question is...
We can't hear you, Amanda.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
You are very quiet, so your mic is working, but your volume is low.
Okay. I'll speak a little louder into it. So yeah, this is Amanda Leahy with Kittleson. Just confirming the question is what type of traffic analysis has been conducted? Is that it?
Yeah, how are you doing traffic predictions? Or are we doing traffic predictions to say, with all this new development and the new residents, what kind of traffic patterns are we getting, both volumes and paths?
Right. So once we have our land use scenario selected, as part of the CEQA process, we will be doing traffic analysis to evaluate the trips that would be generated and where they'd be going, like you're saying. To date, we've collected existing counts at a number of intersections within the study area and summarized that in the existing conditions report.
Okay, do we have an idea of where things break? If
Can
we
you
say,
define break?
yeah, where the traffic, there's significant traffic impacts.
And
So,
by
'cause
impact
now
being extending queues or tripping volume to capacity ratios?
Yeah, all the above. Because right now we're given this choice like, well, do you want a little housing or a lot of housing? Well, a good option is a lot of housing. But what we don't know is the impacts of saying, yes, we want a lot of housing.
Yeah. The analysis we've done just on the existing conditions shows that intersections are already operating at LOSF with queues during the morning and evening peak hours. So adding more vehicles will mean more delay.
So you're saying we're broken right now. That doesn't give me a lot of comfort. I was hoping you'd have a different answer.
I can also say that we're looking at pairing these with parking and TDM strategies, right, to reduce the vehicle trips that would come to these developments. But once we have the scenarios, we can run some trip gen numbers.
And Councilmember Rectal, if I can just jump in. So you're asking exactly the right questions, and that is work that is yet to be done. We do know that there are challenges with the redevelopment concept. The City Council was aware of this when the housing element was adopted, and this was identified as a housing opportunity site for us. So we know that there are some challenges that we're going to have to work through. But the goal, of course, is to not make things worse, but to improve them. And there's a whole host of transportation, interconnectivity, and mobility that is not available now along San Antonio that we're hoping to integrate as a part of a future planning initiative. So, there are some additional ways that we can improve existing conditions, and then how do we do that in a way that could also accommodate additional growth? There will be some folks that are going to be utilizing transit and Caltrain station, but this is also very close to the freeway with a new on-ramp, off-ramp system that is anticipated to be developed there. So people will drive to this location, and there will be some traffic, and our job is to figure out and report out to the community and to the council what those impacts are going to be, and then for the council to make the choice whether those impacts are worth the gain that we might get on housing or amenities or other improvements.
Yeah. I'm really excited about the new interchange in San Antonio because that will take a lot of the traffic off Charleston and also provide bike and ped. So I think there's a lot of good. Do we know what type of schedule that's on?
Yeah, I'd like to invite Transportation Planning Manager Sylvia Starlack, if she's online.
Yes, good evening, Council. Thanks, Director Late. That is years away still.
Years as in 3 years or 20 years?
Well, not 20, could be fewer. They are asking for funds, but I think this year might not be a good one for us this year. I think we are planning for funds for it in the next 2 or 3 years that we would need to add so that they could continue the planning and design that they need to do. They're going to finish environmental soon, and there'll be a public engagement around their environmental document, I believe, this year.
Okay, thank you. One last question. Have we worked with VTA to look at future traffic and future bus lines?
Yes, we have. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Sylvia.
Sorry, no. If you've talked to them more recently, Robert, you should answer.
So VTA is part of our technical advisory group. So we've been in close contact with them about how to improve transit in the area. They also participated in our recent community workshop. And we're trying to figure out what the best way to get eventual transit there, and also what techniques we could use in the meantime to answer transit needs through the area. So those discussions are ongoing. There's no commitments at this point, but it is something that is an important part of the plan.
And will our traffic studies be able to incorporate that prediction of what VTA is doing?
We'll look into that further.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll add on. Thanks for the report and all the work. This is a really good, strong start. I think, unfortunately, clear that there's going to be significant traffic impacts when we're adding significant housing and talking about a potential increase in jobs. Although I agree, I'd like to see us continue to do the great work that we've done over the last few years of reducing our jobs housing imbalance, and the idea of kind of maintaining a status quo of where we're at now. That doesn't excite me. I think one of the interesting things is I keep trying to look at what's happening along San Antonio in Mountain View, and it gives us a good sense of kind of massing, since they've got a couple of different scale projects there, and impacts on traffic. I mean, I'm in the San Antonio Center every Saturday and Sunday in the afternoons. I've seen the changes in traffic patterns, and unfortunately, traffic is much more significantly now that all those new housing projects have been moved into. And so I try to kind of see what's there, what might be coming here in Palo Alto. Unfortunately, I continue to kind of track the cost of those units as well, and they are definitely not affordable. And so That's an unfortunate piece, but I agree with what Councilmember Lowing was raising as far as what has worked and what has worked as far as our strategies of late to be able to really incorporate greater inclusionary zoning. So I know we're not there right now, but I'd love to see us continue to build on the El Camino Real focus area. Those type of policies, I think, have been really effective there, and I would imagine will continue to be here as well. I'll try to be a little more thematic and just kind of give these initial thoughts, since I know this is really just kind of our first touch, and we're going to be seeing a lot more in June. Overall, I appreciate the general strategy. I think the breakdown of the 3 different sub-area classifications makes a lot of sense to me. I assume the 53 housing element opportunity sites, that none of them are in the sites identified as stable sites. Okay, seeing the head nods, thank you. So I like that approach. Regarding residential density and heights, I do think the 90-foot, 8-story is going to be about probably the magic number here. I think the 160 to 250 is just, not only is it not financially feasible, it's just out of character with the surrounding buildings. Will be a significant policy change in the city, one I'm not willing to embrace. I assume, though, I was trying to read through the report and try to understand this. So if we were to say the 90-foot, 8-story, there would be kind of contextualization, though, within those zones as well. So if we were to like zoom in on Fabian Way, it's not like it would be 90 stories on the north side. Oh, sorry, 90 feet. Yeah, thank you. It wouldn't be 90 feet on the north side with single family kind of right. There would be kind of step ups if we were to go in that direction.
There certainly could be. That's certainly the feedback we got from both a lot of ARB and PTC members, was that they would like to see us stagger heights and areas that are closer to sensitive areas, single-family homes, remain at 60 foot, and then go higher in other parts of the area.
Okay. That would be the same feedback that I would give. As far as office development, I agree with some comments that have already been made. I mean, ultimately, I don't want to see a growth in square footage of office, but replacing existing low-density R&D can make sense. Ultimately, I'd really like to see this be used more as leverage in negotiations to try to get greater affordability, open space. So I guess as we move forward, I know right now is not the time, but kind of an analysis of what those kind of trade-offs would be. What would we get in exchange for allowing that conversion to Class A office space? Do you like the idea of I thought kind of, I guess the recommendation in the report as far as ground floor retail applying to the primary sub areas, maybe in some of the secondary sub areas, maybe those could be more professional services and not kind of traditional retail. So I think there's some opportunities there. And I'm out of time, so I'll leave it there as far as my initial feedback.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and echo everybody's compliments about the thoroughness of this report, thoroughness to the point of somewhat overwhelming. I'll just say it. Maybe I'm the only one. I may be the only person to say this. I don't think anyone else has said it, but you're asking about 165 to 250 feet, and to the extent that's ever going to happen in Palo Alto, it's going to happen next to the highway, next to 101. And so I could see myself supportive of that in the North Fabian, CTI, East Bay Shore, West Bay Shore. I'm more interested in going up to get the units we need, from height and create more spaces for parkland and trees. I'm really concerned about the neighborhood feel. We all prize the character of this city. It means something slightly different to each of us, but we kind of know it when we see it. And I think as Councilmember Rechdal said, it's not a great place to live right now, but we want it to be. And so whatever we've got to do to get all the things we need in this new place, and I think going that extra height where we can stand it might help us get more of that green and that canopy that makes it Palo Alto. Super excited that you're talking in Mountain View about whatever is going on right there on the other side of CTI. That feels really cool that we would work across jurisdictions to do something really smart and well-planned. We did hear a few public commenters expressing concern about the volume of housing planned on such a small percentage of the city's land, and more specifically, where that upper number of 7,400 units and the 20 to 25-year horizon came from. We heard surprise that this was the new scale we were talking about, and I want to give you the opportunity to address that. We're so good at and committed to community input constantly along the way, particularly when we're doing something multi-year, 50-year, 100-year impact, whatever. So, you were hearing a little bit of, I've been involved and I had no idea. So could one of you address that, please?
Sure. I could say, I start by saying back in November of 2023, we adopted zoning ordinance amendments that were related to the housing element that we were required to do as part of state law to take the identified sites throughout the city, including 53 of them in the plan area, and make them easier to build housing on those specific sites. But in addition to that, we have other zoning that allows developers to come in and not by right, but through some kind of process, build residential throughout most of the plan area. And we've seen applications along San Antonio and along Fabian already that range from, I think, 4 to 9 stories. So when we were developing the projections to look at what would be the maximum amount of redevelopment to sort of give a boundary, we were trying to determine what, like in a case scenario, not necessarily the most likely case scenario, what are those maximums going to look like? So we set out if everything stays the same and we don't rezone, what's the maximum number of units we anticipate being built? And that's the low end of the scale. And then we thought, well, if we had these other options and council directs us to go up to 90 feet or to go up higher, then there's going to be even more units. And we're trying to get a sense from council what they want the capacity to be in this area. And it could be what the current capacity is. It could be just a little bit more. It could be a lot more. So we're just trying to get that understanding from you today.
And if I could add, I certainly appreciate the comments and the opportunity to address that question. We certainly appreciate the, the apparent disconnect between RENA and what we had planned in our 8-year cycle relative to some of the conversations that we're having with the area plan. And we do our best to communicate and engage, but inevitably in any process, there's going to be, we're not going to be able to, make all the connections that we want to make. I think we've done a pretty decent job. In this particular case, given the speed at which we've all committed to moving forward with this, but certainly recognize why community members would be concerned when we're talking about higher units. I'll also note a lot of this feedback is evolved through a series of meetings, back-to-back meetings, talking with boards and commissions, our technical advisory groups, community neighbors, and these numbers and this concept of 250-foot tall buildings or higher density has evolved through this, albeit somewhat short process, but it's not things that we've just created. It's things that we've heard, and we're now wanting to present also to the policy makers for you to hear it and for you to tell us, great, glad there's that interest, and we don't need to continue to pursue that anymore. Let's focus in this area. But we didn't also want to take, we didn't want staff make the decision about what comes to you for future guidance. So we'll take that comment about the transparency and trying to get that out there more, and we'll look at how we're communicating with the public and see if we can do better in that regard.
I appreciate that. And if I may add, I think, you had me at housing. Everybody knows I'm pro-housing. And also, when the housing element put a lot of the potential units right on that edge of town, you have a whole lot of us saying, wow, the southern end of the city is really absorbing far more of its share, if you will. We can debate whether it should be shared or not, but if you have that perspective that share is important and the whole city needs to absorb, and then you hear staff and consultants saying, not only are we going to do the RENA numbers, we got a whole bunch more numbers we could put there, it really begs that question, wait a minute, why aren't we figuring out how to get housing at the Stanford Shopping Center? What about near our train stations? What about, near University Avenue, the other places, this research park, the other places that could absorb some of this burden of more people, more traffic, more of a disruption, knowing we have grade separation, potentially happening in the southern end of town, which is going to be this massive infrastructure project with traffic. I think there's a legitimate fear about all of a sudden this already massive potential is being projected to be an even bigger project than the community thought.
Absolutely, totally understand that, and appreciate you bringing that to the conversation. As the council knows and community members may know, there are other initiatives underway, the downtown housing plan, and of course, we're trying to reconcile how we're going to, address SB 79, which does have not only a theoretical capacity, but a very real potential to increase density along the rail corridor. And so that's not what we're talking about tonight, but those are other areas. I do think, just to that point and relative to the conversation tonight, we are trying to create a sense of place in the San Antonio area. And Councilmember Liu's comment about mediocrity is something that we struggle with too. We can we can design something and we can produce units, but will it be enough to get the infrastructure outcomes that we're desiring, the open space or the third places that Councilmember Burt spoke to in the product about really thinking through the urban design components. And I'll let Matt speak to this further if there's a need to this, but getting those higher quality elements of what connects and makes a neighborhood requires a certain amount of density. It requires a certain amount of office so that we can translate these ideas into something that brings it together cohesively. And maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too much. And we want to scale that back. And that's the kind of sort of barometer we're trying to.
Thank you for that. I know I'm over, so I'm going to just say this and be done. Appreciate everything you just said and the texture and tone of it and the thoughtfulness and letting people know, like, oh yeah, we know we got this SB 79 thing that's going on and it's got a, different impact in other areas. And I think even though that's constantly something you're aware of, because this is your world, your expertise, your life, to remind everybody who's listening, we're talking about San Antonio. It's going to be in conversation with these other things that we are doing. I think it'll help people feel that that the balance that you're planning is being planned for.
Well, given that exchange, I'm going to start where I was going to end, which is that I think a lot of the challenge of trying to build this neighborhood, this vibrant place, this well thought out, pleasant place to be that enhances the city, isn't just something we put up with and we shove a lot of people in there, that we actually are proud of and where people want to go and spend time, is that the key is going to be building the ship while sailing it, right? Like, as we make one decision, only then do you know to really drill down on something else, and only then do we know that we either don't like it or want to go another way. So it's going to be this sort of iterative process as things shift beneath our feet. So I really appreciate this comprehensive start. As the others have complimented you, I add my compliments as well. I think it really gets us started thinking about all these different pieces and aspects and dimensions to doing this, and it's hard to, we can't see through yet all the way, but I think it's an excellent start to get us thinking about the kinds of decisions we have to make and in what order and how what impact they'll have. So thank you for that. Just a couple things. Most of the comments have been made. I'm generally in alignment with. I do think, it's interesting to see that the 90 is the most feasible in most instances, but, perhaps if there's some height, the CTI area, some greater height might be the best place along the highway, as I think council members Reckdahl and Lithcott-Hames had mentioned. I do like the TDR strategy that Councilmember Burt brought up and Councilmember Liu also mentioned. I think we might have some interesting creative things we can do there. In terms of the office development, one of the things that I would want to, it's sort of presumed when we have developers interested in developing office space that there is a market demand, but you look around town and it's not intuitive, right? You see a lot of empty offices sitting there. And so, that's just something that I would want to understand better as we went forward in order to make the decisions that you're asking us to make about that, in addition to the jobs housing imbalance issue. On the ground floor retail, similar to Vice Mayor Stone, I do like the requirement in the primary areas, but my instinct is not to require it in the secondary areas. We want a vibrant area. We want something with interesting retail, but I feel like the market will lead it there in these secondary areas if it's the kind of thing that would thrive. And so my instinct is to let the market dictate in the secondary areas and not require it. But I am, eager and open to being educated that if there was some reason to require it in the secondary. So that's all I have for this round. I will invite colleagues if there's something you want to add to your prior comments this time on parks, outdoor space, that some of us touched a little bit on that. We didn't really talk about mobility improvements in bike lanes, so I would invite you to move.
We aren't necessarily finished on the other groups.
I'm not saying you can't. If you have something you need to add on the other, but I would just ask you to incorporate in and try to be succinct on the other, because who knows, another council member might ask the same question you're planning on. All right, with that, Vice Mayor, were you watching who came in, who rang in first? It was Council Member Liu. Your turn.
Great, thank you. I'll try to go quickly through my comments, and I'll also touch back a little bit on maybe some points I wasn't clear on. So earlier, I did want to explain and reassure some of the concerns about the maximum unit number, but I also want to echo Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' sort of thrust that this should be a learning experience on how we communicate and how we engage with different, actually somewhat technical concepts around maximum capacity versus housing element site inventory capacity. And this will be useful in downtown area plans and potential other future area plans. On housing, I just want to be clear, I think typical podium style buildings up to 90 feet, 5/2, things like that are basically fine. And we've seen versions of these projects like 800 San Antonio, I think, that actually got very glowing reviews from the PTC and City Council, and we're at that 8-story typology. So I think that 90 feet works, particularly in North Fabian and CTI, where you have larger lots and potentially more opportunity for setbacks. I'm not that concerned about density bonus, because if you get a 10 to 20% density bonus on a 7-story, 8-story building, you get to like 9 stories or some sort of odd number that doesn't necessarily pencil out unless mass timber gets cheaper or something like that. And I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to like a 9-story, 10-story mass timber building along the freeway. Already mentioned offices. I think we have to improve the jobs housing imbalance, and TDRs could be a way to manage that. On retail, again, here my fear of mediocrity really creeps in. I think about the Dog Patch in Mission Bay in San Francisco, which do have a lot of traffic, but they are really great places to live. And I've seen, just visiting those areas over decades, retail now really blossom and be really exciting, sort of cutting edge, the best cafes, the best bakeries, the best sort of retail concepts in the entire Bay Area or entire West Coast are popping up in some of those areas. And it took a long time for retail to be established there. I think retail requirements are fine. I think this will be pulling teeth from developers. I think some of them will hate it, but I think mandating retail that's properly built out and outfitted, so it doesn't take $1 million of tenant improvements. So it's not just like a blank space to meet requirements is important. And I think we should also generally be liberal about definitions of retail, to Councilmember Stone's points, allowing different kinds of personal services and things like that certainly open throughout the area. On traffic, I think we do have to do deeper traffic studies. There is a bear case and a bull case here. I think traffic could actually get better depending on the amount of office that gets replaced and the quality of the bike lanes and the quality of the San Antonio ramp improvements and potentially great separation around Charleston, and South Palo Alto also has a sort of system-wide impact in South Palo Alto. There are real tailwinds and real headwinds to traffic, and having some sort of hypothetical study that lets us understand where that nets out is useful. For me, it's sort of clear that each of the bike mobility improvements are preferable, 3/2, 2/1, 1 over the existing condition. I think getting a sense of just how painful would it be potentially, and having some sense of the costs and traffic studies is what I would need to make a decision on how to actually spend our transit impact fees and how much to spend otherwise on any of these improvements, though they are all certainly much better than what we currently have. So I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilman Lowing.
Thank you. Yeah, I bracketed my transportation comments to go with the batting order, but Councilor Rectal went right to the point, which is when we do traffic counts, what are we going to get? Because I knew we were already at F. So what we're going to do is we're going to go at F minus. So this, I believe, and I want to state it sort of for the record and to make the point, I think this is much more of a transportation problem that we have than a housing problem. And I really think where Councilor Rectal's questions and answers went is that when this starts to look more real and we start to do those traffic studies, we may just decide that we can't put as much housing there because it's already F and it's already gridlock. And folks, everybody that moves into these 1,500 houses are not going to have no cars. So you're going to be putting more cars in this neighborhood. I'm sorry. That's just the reality. I don't think it's just my perspective. When you go to soccer games with the kids or whatever, you're going to have a car. So we're going to pour a lot of cars into that neighborhood. It's not just the folks that are driving there. Yes, if we have Palo Alto folks with their parked car for the weekends and going to a building 2 blocks away by the bus, sure. But there is no other kind of transportation there right now other than the bus system, and the train isn't even close. So we got to be just really wide open about this, the gridlock situation that we're already in, and we have to factor that into ultimately what we're going to do. So in the packet, page 116, we talked about, admittedly, there's congestion throughout the day, and it's heavy traffic. That's going to get worse. And it also says the area has wide roads, which I think is a buildup to, therefore, we can use part of those roads like for bikes or transportation, or bikes for peds. And in other places, it says that, we have to, this is a pedestrian first plan that we're doing. Now, I understand that that's an art term in the transportation industry, and I understand the objectives there. But when it gets down to the details of how much of the 2 of the 4 lanes are we going to use for bike lanes and so on, we're going to have to make some really tough decisions on that. So that's just the reality of it. I just want us to all be addressing the reality as we go forward on this. With respect to retail, I'm not surprised to see the typical approach to retail, which is it kind of gets in the way of putting up housing units, and therefore the developer says that doesn't pencil out because they want more revenue. I totally understand that. If I was an investor, I would understand it even more. But at some point, folks might decide that they don't want to live in those buildings if there's no retail that's close to them. So everything we do in terms of each of these districts, these areas, we need to be thinking about where is that renter going to park? Where's that renter going to purchase the goods that they need? So I just think we have to have an awareness for our fellow citizens. And so I don't want to go beyond that in terms of picking areas. But I think to have it optional in all areas is a little bit short-sighted. On parks, I'm really impressed with the focus that you put on parks in this study. You really took that assignment seriously. We've been saying that since the Housing Element Working Group, that we want to build neighborhoods with open space, and so I'm glad to see that in here. You talked about large ones and small ones. I appreciate the creativity there. And you also gave us some delivery tools for parks, including even financing opportunities. So I'm really pleased that we've got that much on the table to work with. And I'm sort of confident in that. Yes, of course, bigger is better than smaller, but that's where it gets into how are we going to buy the land to make a park unless we cooperate with some developer who's doing a semi-master plan of an area. So I definitely think we should be open to that kind of partnership with the developer. And we've had some developer conversations already, and to the concern about being pessimistic about folks wanting to build out there. I don't share that pessimism at all. In fact, that's the most optimistic thing I've seen on housing in 8 years in the city is we did all this work and developers are making applications to put up buildings. And we want to help them by not having them put up too many buildings so nobody can get to the buildings because we got such gridlock going on. So, but the park situation, I think you covered very well. And I think that's it. Yeah, at some point, we have to have discussions with the school boards too, to see what safe routes to school are and things like that, but I understand that this isn't the time for that. So, thanks very much.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I want to talk about parks. I've been instructed to do so. Parks is really important. As Councilmember Lithcott-Hames is saying, that this is really an important part of Palo Alto, an important part of making this feel like a real neighborhood. And I think this is an equity issue, is that the parks in the rest of California, the rest of Palo Alto are wonderful. This area needs to have the same type of park access. And so I'm really interested in the funding of it. Land is really expensive and it's going to really be hard to build these parks. Can you go to slide, on packet page 186. In particular, I'm looking at scenario 4A through 4D. What's the takeaway here? Because I'm a little confused by, what is the point that's being made here?
Okay, so let me invite Derek Braun with Strategic Economics to speak to this particular chart. This is drawn from the, the economic component of it. Do you have a specific, you just want to know what this chart's about?
So, well, to me, the takeaway is that the jobs are not a good way of funding parks. Is that the takeaway that we're supposed to get out of this?
Mr. Braun, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Derek Braun with Strategic Economics. We prepared this memo. I would actually direct maybe to the chart in figure 13 on page packet page 178, which that chart has a summary of what's shown in that much more complicated table.
Great, we'll pull that up in just a second here.
Thank you. Okay, so the question was about scenarios 4A through 4D. And basically what this is showing is that the total development cost for the parks, including land acquisition, is in that orange bar at the top under where it says scenario number 4, 3.0 acre park. So that's basically the costs that we're trying to hit in order to acquire park land and build the park, or is sort of the value that a developer would have to give up if a developer were to provide that land themselves. What you can see in, I think this gets to the council member's question, what you can see in the light green and then dark green are the funding that we would be provided in those different build out scenarios. And so, yes, the vast majority of the park impact fee revenue would come from the residential development and would of course increase in scale with the quantity of development. The remainder there in the dark green is the impact fee revenue generated by the commercial development. If there was, in this case, office space included, it's pretty modest just because the park impact fee is largely, it's based on the demand for parks generated by new development. And so, of course, it's mostly residential development that that fee is attributed to.
Okay, thank you. So if you go back to the original slide, and what bothers me is that we are getting a small amount for the parks, but we end up generating huge amounts. So if you look at, for example, scenario 4C, this is on packet page 186. Okay. We're putting a 3-acre park down here for about 3,000 residents, and that's about 1 acre per 1,000 residents. Our standard in Palo Alto is 4 times that. Our status quo is 2.6. So this is now less than half of what our status quo is. And with that, we are generating about 4,000 jobs. So this is a fraction of the parkland for 3,000 residents. And for 3,000 residents, we're using 4,000 jobs to pay for it, to try to pay for it. It just seems like a losing bet. And so I think adding office, particularly resident serving office, can help a neighborhood. If you have a daycare or a dental office or medical office in that neighborhood, that's probably a good thing for the neighborhood. So I think we should be looking at offices, does it enhance the neighborhood? Not are we gonna get something for nothing, because we're not gonna get something for nothing. We'd be better off taking the loan out and buying that parkland ourselves than putting 4,000 new jobs here, because we have this huge jobs housing imbalance. And if we're trying to use office to pay for this new parkland, we're making that jobs housing imbalance much worse. So I am not a big fan of office, general office. Resident serving office, I think like I mentioned, can help the neighborhood be a neighborhood. But I think we have to be really careful to think we're gonna get something for nothing, because we're not. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thanks. So first I want to follow up on the issue of the not having the traffic scenarios, because out of all the commendable things on this plan, I think that's one of the most problematic. We're being asked to, this is kind of a tortured metaphor, but we're being asked to choose, what size chicken and what color chicken, and we're not even, before we see the egg. I don't really see how we can give you the feedback you're looking for on the scale of the development without understanding the traffic impacts of even just running scenarios of here's one end of the range, here's another end of the range. So that's a problem. And then I did want to point out what I believe is a fallacy into the notion that if we don't build all these units, we're going to have so many fewer impact fees. Well, we've got our impact fees now that are roughly in proportion to the impacts of the number of people. And so if we build fewer housing units and have a quarter as many new people, we don't still need the same number of parks and impacts. So impacts are in proportion roughly to the impact fees that would be generated, at least hopefully. I did want to comment on the East Bay Shore. There was a question on what we support there. I don't support high density there. Maybe with the bike bridge that we have at the creek, we would be able to look at townhomes someday like we've recently have, but that would be as far as I would go. I did want to point out conceptually that we're looking at some real massive upzoning. And over the last couple of years, we have already moved up the height and the density that we've allowed on this corridor. We were looking at 5 and 6 stories, and now we've got up to 85 feet. And this notion that we have thrown in here a 250-foot possibility, to me, that's just an Overton window. That is just opening up something that we never were considering, but now we're supposed to be happy with 90 feet instead of 85. So I reject that out of hand. I did want to ask, we looked at 5 and 8 stories, but the sweet spot we've been seeing on a lot of development has been 7 stories, 2 stories and plus 5 generally. So was it that you just had to pick 2 scenarios? It's not that it's either 5 or 8. It could be in between with in-between ROIs, right?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody, because the discussion has kind of been around a binary choice, and I think that's been misconstrued.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is create not a binary choice, but to create some distinction. And yes, we have been seeing 7 stories, but we have also been seeing some interest in 8 stories as well. And I think in this area with the high water table,
Yep.
and parking.
So I understand the interest in 8 stories. It doesn't mean we have to give it to them. And then that goes to one other point, which is this is, as Councilmember Lowing said, we're seeing development proposals here in part because compared to the rest of the city, these are generally larger lots and lower land value. And that is driving part of why this is more attractive than small lots and high land value and higher land value at other places. It's high land value, but less than some other parts of the city. So we have a question of what might we consider in long-term zoning, but what do we want to zone for now? If we want to meter the rate of development and not risk that we get a lot more development here sooner than we anticipated, then I think we want to consider metering it, and we don't have to upzone everything right now. And I did have a quick question. The upzoning that we've already done, how much of that was for housing inventory sites and how much is beyond that? And how many potential new units have we already upzoned for? Do we know that?
I don't know off the top of my head that last question, but we, as part of the housing element, we did increase the zoning in the ROLM sort of GM area to be up to 50 feet, I believe. And that still can be a development that takes advantage of state density bonus law.
Okay, well, I think all of us, including the public, are not sure how much we've already upzoned. And I think that's important for everybody to understand. I do support the concept that it's...
Well, I was just a follow-along thought to that. I think it's described in the material as maybe we use the word status quo when we talk about 60 feet or something. Is that correct? 50 or 60 feet. And maybe that's a little bit of a hedge of 10 feet or something like that. But that's the idea we're trying to communicate, is that the existing condition is one level, and then the 80 or 90 feet gets us to another level.
Yeah, but I don't know what that 60 gets us in number of units in the area that we've already upzoned. And I think that's real important. I mean, how much do we want to further incentivize it at this time? And because this may be the more attractive area for developers out of various areas that are one of the most attractive in the city, for development, are we risking that we're going to get a higher proportion of our RENA allocation development in this area and less in some of the other areas that we had set for housing sites, simply because this is a better return on investment? And I think we have to be cautious about that, and that may go into our metering of the upzoning. We can always further upzone it later. We don't have to do it all in one swoop. So, okay, retail nodes. I think we definitely need retail nodes, and I think the report was very strong in terms of understanding that neighborhoods need retail and services. Trip reduction needs retail and services that is walkable and rideable. So I think that's really important. In particular, I think one of those that's more community serving is I'll call it the north side of the Middlefield San Antonio intersection, where we have 2 gas stations and a major nursery. I think those are really important to retain. So I'd support that. I'm running long, and I'll want to have one more cut to talk about mobility
So what I
issues.
would suggest, Councilmember Burt, is that you go ahead and make that, because what we're really trying to do tonight is make sure we give the staff what they need to come back to us. There's so much more to say on this topic, and we will say more. Let me just ask staff, how much more do you need from us before you can bring back to us some robust options? Your mic died.
Now it's gone.
Use Ed's maybe right here.
I think what feedback we still need is on the different mobility alternatives for San Antonio Road, in terms of, are there any options that you want us to take off the table and to consider? There's a lot more work that clearly needs to be done on mobility and transportation, super complex, that relates to land uses and other decisions. But that's the feedback we need additionally tonight.
Okay.
Well, so let me qualify that a little bit.
We're going to have to reschedule if you need.
Yep, understood. So given the agenda that you have, other items that you need to get to, we have received a lot of great feedback on the vast majority of the talking points. And so we're good. It just means that when we come back in June, we may have to go through a little bit more of a discussion. And if we're able to get through it in June, because June's also a packed agenda, we'll do our best. And if we need to come back after summer, we can do that.
Well, I haven't spoken on.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
So what I would ask my colleagues is, Councilmember Burt has more to say. I think there's a couple of us that don't. So can I just take a quick poll of who might have, we don't have George here. He said short, or yours is short? You have a short. Councilmember Burt is a little more, no. So, okay, why don't you go ahead and finish yours, and then we'll have the short one from Councilmember Ekdahl. And
So first, I thought the report really had a lot of strength on mobility issues, so thank you on that. A couple of things that I would just add. I saw the concept of mobility hub, and one of the things, and then elsewhere I saw a reference to car sharing, but nothing at the mobility hub for car sharing. And I think that's a real critical feature of car ownership reduction that we just haven't embraced enough yet. So I'd encourage that be incorporated, whether at the hub or elsewhere. There was no reference to transit passes. And Palo Alto is the leader in the region on getting transit passes in the hands of workers and residents. And if we're going to say, well, we're on a transit corridor adjacent or near to Caltrain, with now that station has 2 stops a day, 18 plus hours a day. Caltrain Go passes are one, and then looking at increased bus service in the San Antonio corridor, and I was glad to hear you're working with VTA. I pushed through and we had a study of the San Antonio corridor 4 years ago to increase bus service. They pushed back at the time because they weren't anticipating or basing it on the increased Caltrain service nor the increased development not only in Palo Alto but Mountain View and Los Altos along this corridor. So I think this is really vital, and this is actually one of the things that we can push on this regional transit measure funding is to do that. And then on the bike lanes on San Antonio, I think we need to have the setbacks on all development from this point onward, not once the plan is approved. I think there's an urgency there that we can't have more development that will then preclude the ability to have the dedicated lanes. One thing on the vision statement, it referenced pedestrian or walkable and not pedestrian. And I think we want to say it's pedestrian, which includes bikes, where it says a walkable neighborhood or community, it should read pedestrian oriented. Oh, the last thing is the access to the Caltrain station. And I don't know that it's a named street, the underpass that goes under San Antonio near the overpass, and it goes into the Google X campus. That route, right now, getting to the Caltrain station is a very circuitous bus route. That is a direct route if we can have access there for both a bike path and a bus path. It takes you to a signalized intersection to cross Alma and direct route to the station. I've had discussions with VTA on this, and I think it's just something we want to try to explore if possible. It would really make the bus route more efficient. And the last thing is I just want to go back to Councilmember Lowing's point of we've got some really well-designed TDM and other mobility concepts here, but with this massive amount of potential new development, the strongest TDM that we have, I don't see it anywhere nearly fully mitigating the additional car trips, even with the best programs. So what are we going to do about gridlock here? And I pose that, not expecting that anybody's got an easy answer, but we can't ignore it. This is a major impediment to what we'd like to do in housing in this corridor. And this goes back to the traffic scenarios. We haven't even looked at how bad it might be. So we've got to do those ASAP. And I know that we've got streetlight data and Replica and others that are now incorporated AI modeling, and they are super powered now in terms of scenario planning, and that could have been done now. So I really encourage us to lose no time on doing that modeling. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Burt, for noting the time earlier. I appreciate that. And with that, I'll turn to Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, yeah, just two I agrees with is one is the setbacks. I think that's really critical to have those bike lanes on San Antonio, and we have to enforce those setbacks. Also, that San Antonio tunnel is awesome for bicycling, and we should keep that and have all of our bike routes go through there because that's much better than having to cross at the surface. But anyway, my big concern is I'm really worried about the upzoning because we have another housing element coming up in just a few years. And if we upzone now, those properties will be unavailable to be upzoned for the housing element. So I think, wouldn't it be better to have something like a San Antonio HIP?
The only reason we needed to upzone is because the capacity wasn't there to accommodate the growth. So if we've done the upzoning as a part of this effort, we don't have to do future upzoning.
So the future housing element would just say what
It would identify, it has the potential to identify opportunity sites, and we would show that there's the capacity to build the housing units that doesn't require. What they're concerned about, HCD, is does the local zoning create an impediment to housing development? And that's why we needed to upzone a couple of areas.
So if we upzone this area, we wouldn't have, okay, we'll talk later about this. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, you all have our gratitude for this report, and we look forward to seeing you back here in a couple months. And I will close out this study session item. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And with that, we will move on to our consent calendar, items 4 through 13. And I want to make sure my colleagues saw the At Places memo on item number 5, which dealt with the El Camino Park turf replacement and the PFAS testing and GMAX monitoring. And so I will ask if we, well, let's start with, is there any public comment on this item?
On the consent calendar?
Yes.
Yes. One moment. We have 6 requests to speak.
Let's go for 2 minutes each, please.
Our first speaker is Jen W.H. Jen. Moving to our next speaker, Jane H. Jane H. All right. Moving to our next speaker, Cynthia F.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. I'm asking you to please pull item 5 off consent. I've got a list here of 6 issues that warrant discussion. I encourage you to jot down a keyword of each as I remind you of them so we can be sure to cover them all. Number 1, please clarify on record that the turf study's 4x carrying capacity finding was inadequately substantiated and is not being used to justify this artificial turf. That study's 4x multiplier keeps being cited by other cities as fact. Please disavow it. Number 2, to further reduce plastic pollution, this contract should require a solid field perimeter barrier at adequate height to contain loose plastic fibers. It looks like the new turf system sheds. I sent you photos I took yesterday. Lots of plastic fibers littered around Mayfield. Number 3, develop and require policies for preventing and responding to heat illness. I sent you evidence collected yesterday that the new Mayfield turf is no cooler than the old El Camino turf. Number 4, amend the contract language around turf removal. You need a clear enforceable chain of custody that defines the true end user. Number 5, address the ethical handling of turf waste. If this material contains PFAS, is it really appropriate to repurpose it and send potential risks to another community? And finally, number 6, please unambiguously define PFAS expectations in this El Camino contract. It was a mistake not to do that with the Mayfield contract. PFAS-free must be clearly defined and enforceable, not left open to interpretation again. From this item's second supplemental staff report that appeared this afternoon, it kind of sounds like the Mayfield testing detected some PFAS and it's being written off because it wasn't an intentional addition by the manufacturer. If there's PFAS, I really don't see why we should be satisfied just because we know the manufacturer didn't add it on purpose. We're sidestepping the core question. Does this plastic turf system, and we're talking about all the components, not just the carpet fibers, does this turf system release PFAS into the watershed at a level we're comfortable with? We know legislators have struggled to develop strong PFAS regulations due to industry pushback, so the question is not whether it meets regulations. Again, the question is whether the amount of PFAS this plastic turf system releases is a level we consider adequately protective of our watershed. And if so, what expertise
Your time is up.
to establish that? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leanne M.
Good evening, Council members. Regarding Agenda Item 5 supplement, it is true there are no PFAS regulations for artificial turf. This is precisely why you should set your own standards. The artificial turf industry sets their own standards to meet their own needs, but your needs are different. Your loyalties are to the children who will use this field. When consumers hear PFAS-free, they trustingly expect that to mean zero PFAS. So set Palo Alto standards for public fields at zero PFAS for all components of the plastic turf system. If you can't do this, then don't even use the term PFAS-free. Instead, publicly disclose what testing was done, what PFAS were detected, and their amounts. The obligation to disclose this information is not too far in the future, so get ahead of the game. Separately, please also incorporate protective heat protocols. California ranks 35th among the states for sports safety. We need to do better. You have the SIF wet bulb globe temperature guidelines as a starting point, but plastic turf systems with cork infill are still around 60 degrees hotter than natural grass. This needs to be taken into consideration when setting heat protocols, and these heat protocols should be posted on all entryways and made clear to all users when reserving fields. PFAS and heat are just two health and safety concerns. As the knowledge of negative impacts of artificial turf grows, so does the responsibility of those who approve them. Please ensure that every environmental and human health safety measure is being executed to the nth degree on El Camino and any other plastic fields in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dee Wolke.
Good evening. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm a board member of Safe Healthy Playing Fields. There is absolutely nothing natural or climate friendly about fossil fuel-based plastic petrochemical synthetic turf. It is not eco-friendly, it is ecocidal. The use of plastic contributes to climate change, loss of biodiversity, and massive amounts of plastic pollution. And Mayor, we don't have time. Micro and nanoplastic pollution cannot be captured by plastic drainage systems, such as the one installed at Gunn High School. It too will leach toxic chemicals and adsorb others, as well as bacteria. Testing for PFAS is nearly pointless, with the industry playing whack-a-mole with 17 million PFAS chemicals. Absence of proof is not proof of absence. Most labs can only test for 40 chemicals. Eurofins can test for 70. What will the city test? The blades, the backing, the shock pad, and the infill? Using an arbitrary cutoff of 10 parts per million, which is 10 million parts per trillion, is meaningless when the safe level of PFAS is 0. Will you also test for short and ultra short chain PFAS, for phthalates, which also bioaccumulate in humans and the environment, and are neurotoxic? Will you test for UV inhibitors, flame retardants, chromium-3, and other toxic chemicals found in plastic turf? PFAS testing results are generally based on a 5-gram sample. Multiply that by the total weight of your proposed complete synthetic turf system and convert to grams. That's what you're exposing the public and the environment to. Claims of not intentionally added PFAS are also meaningless. 989 gallons of water is required to manufacture a square meter of plastic turf. The industry is involved in multiple lawsuits where it is manufactured in Dalton and Calhoun, Georgia, for PFAS contamination of waterways and soil, where people, pets, and livestock are dying from PFAS contamination. Google Aaron Brockovic, PFAS, Georgia. Plastic is plan B for the fossil fuel industry.
Your time is up.
Turf is the cash cow. Why are you opposed to a drilling off our coast, but still supporting petrochemical plastic? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
As communicated to City Council members in my emails on 4.2 and follow-up on 4.5, I am asking that approval of the contract as it is currently written be pulled from the consent calendar. It is missing key requirements concerning GMAX testing. The supplemental report that was posted this afternoon states that the GMAX testing is included in the contractor's maintenance and warranty provisions. I would like to know exactly where this appears in the contract, as I did not see it. It is widely acknowledged that testing should be done at least once a year and even more frequently on heavily used fields, which is one reason that El Camino field is going to be covered in AT and artificial turf once again. So if the city is planning on doing the testing itself on an annual basis and even more frequently as the field ages, as is mentioned in the supplemental report, it would be wonderful if there were records kept such that those of us who might want to see them down the road will be provided with this information. This would align with the statement in the supplement about transparency. A previous request for GMAX testing info yielded quite dismal results. The request asked for records from January of 2012 to September of 25. The only records that were provided were for 2022 and 2024. Does that mean there was no testing prior to 2022? And if testing was only done every other year, or were there simply no records kept? Does the city now plan to actually do the testing and keep records? Please have the contract specify more frequent testing and make sure the records are kept should they be publicly requested down the road. I'm also very concerned about the other issues mentioned: heat monitoring, viable recycling information documents, waste management related to the materials pulled from the field, mitigation of plastics and infill that would definitely shut off the field, and clarity on PFAS testing. One final thing: it is important that the study issue be pulled from your website. It was never formally accepted, but still is visible to entities that are using it as a gospel and have no way to decipher information in the study that was not deemed totally accurate. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on consent calendar items 4 through 13.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any no votes or requests to pull or recusals or motions? Who chimed in? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. I register a no vote on item 13.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
No vote on item 5.
Councilmember Burt.
No on 5.
Any others? All right, let's go to a vote.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Sorry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now we can vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, that seconded?
Yep.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I will invite my colleagues who voted no, if they want to make comments, to make them in the order that they were recited. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, Vice Mayor Stone, and then Councilmember Burt.
Thank you, Mayor. Just being consistent with my original vote, I voted against this bird-friendly design standards, feeling that there was not sufficient data to compel it, and it was overly burdensome in the implementation.
My no vote was consistent with my prior vote on the item.
I actually had hoped I was going to be able to vote yes on item 5, the turf, field turf item. And we got a supplemental memo at our places that members of the public may not have been able to see. And it partially addressed the concerns that have been raised. But it basically said that we were able to somehow, whether through our testing or manufacturer disclosure, that there was no intentionally added PFAS in the formulation or the manufacturing process, but doesn't say anything about what the test results were. And it goes on to say that there's no regulatory standard for PFAS phos-free. And so we're left with, so what were the test results? And I don't know why we couldn't have been provided that, so that we'd have some context of, was it really de minimis? Or is it something more significant, even though it wasn't intentionally added? And I'll note, it said that the memo further says that this approach is consistent with the TERS study direction for risk mitigation measures and reflects the city's commitment to transparency. But I don't think we've been adequately transparent. So regretfully, I had to vote against it.
Okay, so our next item would be city manager comments, then a break, and then item AA1. But I'm wondering if we can move to item AA1, given the folks I see in the room, and it's a special thing. What do you think, city manager?
Well, that would be fine. I was actually planning to, so I'll do it anyway. Dispense with city manager comments this evening. We've got slides in your packet available for the public's awareness. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
Well, thank you. And with my colleagues' indulgence, I would like to move to item AA1 before we take a break. So seeing no objection to that, we will move on to the approval of selection of and employment agreement with James Reifschneider as the Chief of Police.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is really my pleasure to be able to bring forward this recommendation this evening, though I will start by acknowledging that we all, I believe, regret the loss of our former police chief, Andrew Binder, to retirement. So good for him, not so good for us, unfortunately, in losing his service as has been exemplary over the last many years. With that said, under the circumstances, my office reviewed options on moving forward with succession, and we are fortunate to have here Mr. Reifschneider within our department and a product of our own police department's leadership development programs, as well as his exemplary qualifications moving into the role. I personally have had the opportunity to work with many chiefs of police through my career, many in which I would consider certainly leaders in the profession and many ways the best in the business. And I'm confident that we have here an exceptional candidate for the Palo Alto community. Now, that said, I will note that our first choice has always been to do a recruitment for key executive positions and really all positions within the city. But in this case, really have concluded that that would be counter to the city's interest in moving forward efficiently and providing continuity and stability both to the department as well as for the community. As you've seen in our staff report, Mr. Reifschneider has exemplary qualifications, and as such, it is really my privilege to bring forward this recommendation to you this evening. Now with that, let me ask Mr. Reifschneider to speak for himself.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council. I'll begin by expressing my gratitude to the city manager for his kind words tonight, but more importantly, for his support over the past few months and his confidence in my ability to lead the department going forward. On a similar note, I'd be remiss if I did not thank Chief Binder for his mentorship in recent years and the entire police department team for their support and patience with me as I've more recently acted in Chief Binder's stead. I'm flattered and excited by the prospect of leading a department of which I'm immensely proud to be a part and honored to continue to serve a community that is truly special. After 21 years of service, Palo Alto is most definitely my second home. I treasure the many relationships that I've cultivated over that time with city leaders, community leaders, faith leaders, business owners, residents, and my own police department colleagues. As gratifying as it is personally to be selected as the next police chief, the gravity of this role is not lost on me. Keeping an entire community safe is a heavy responsibility, and it is one that I take seriously. Our effectiveness as a department is in large part a reflection of the community's trust that we are policing impartially, professionally, and with integrity. One of the ways to establish that trust is through meaningful engagement outside of enforcement settings. In the past year, I should say, our officers have participated in a number of such events, among them Coffee with a Cop, Shop with a Cop, anything that rhymes with a cop, CSD's inaugural Pancakes in the Park, no rhyme, the Special Olympics Torch Run, and countless other community and cultural events. Each of these is a real chance to make a connection and build trust with our community members. Finding even more such opportunities is a priority for me going forward. Officer recruitment and retention continues to be critical for us. While the men and women of this department are top-notch, the simple truth is that we need more of them to continue to provide the high level of service this community deserves. To that end, we're intensifying our efforts to expand and diversify our applicant pool, maximize the effectiveness of our recruit training program, and ensure that our officers, dispatchers, and professional staff feel valued for the important work they do daily. I'm very optimistic about the future of the department, and I believe strongly we're headed in a positive direction. We've established a solid culture of professionalism and accountability, and most importantly, we're continuing to establish a group of outstanding people who are eager to serve. In closing, I'm tremendously honored to be here before you and appreciative of the opportunity to serve as the city's next police chief. Thank you.
And thank you. If that's all staff has, I would like to turn to public comment, Madam Clerk.
We have 4 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Steve E.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Steve Emsley, and I'm representing the Palo Alto Police Foundation this evening. And I would like to mention that we have several of our board members also in attendance, and I'll be speaking on behalf of them as well. We want to extend our grateful and heartfelt congratulations to newly installed Chief Reif Snyder. And just to let you know that because the Palo Alto Police Foundation is really providing the bridge between the police department and the community and promote better understanding on both sides of that equation, we feel that Chief Reif Snyder is the person for the job. And we look forward to continuing our wonderful relationship that we had with former Chief Binder and his great work that it was always open, transparent, and very productive in looking for ways to improve and to better the understanding of the tough job that the department has in navigating the tricky slope of law enforcement in Palo Alto. So I would conclude and again thank Chief Binder for his years of good work, and we look forward to working with our new chief in a very productive and long and happy relationship. So thank you so very much, and congratulations. And congratulations to the council for making this decision. It's definitely moving in the right direction.
Our next speaker is Chris C.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Sergeant Chris Correa. I proudly represent the men and women of the Palo Alto Peace Officers Association. Tonight, I want to speak briefly about the gentleman right there to my left, known by many names over the years, such as James, Jimmy, Officer Reif Snyder, Detective Reif Snyder, Sergeant, Lieutenant, Captain, Assistant Chief, and now Acting Chief Reif Snyder. If blessed by the council, he would be the first in-house chief with his entire career with the city of Palo Alto since Chief Dennis Burns. It's a truly honor to stand here before you tonight, and offer my wholehearted support for Chief Reif Snyder as our next Chief of Police. Leadership in law enforcement requires integrity, accountability, and a deep, deep commitment to the community. And Chief Reif Snyder exemplifies all of these qualities. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated not only strong leadership, but also a genuine dedication to building trust, ensuring the public's safety, and fostering collaboration between officers and the community in which we work. He believes in a proactive approach to policing and consistently models the standards as we all aspire to uphold. I first met Chief Reif Snyder 17 or 18 years ago when he was a fraud detective and the union treasurer at that time. My first impression, intelligent, helpful, and very kind. He may look young, lucky him, but don't let his age fool you. He is one of the sharpest, most thoughtful leaders I've ever worked with. At a time when effective, transparent policing matters more than ever, we need a leader who listens, adapts, and leads with both strength and compassion. I am confident that Chief Reifschneider is that leader. We proudly endorse Chief Reifschneider, and I encourage all of you to join me in supporting his vision for a safer and stronger community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
Hello. I am speaking in support of promoting James Reifschneider to be Palo Alto's next police chief. My support is based on years of direct experience with Palo Alto police leadership, police policy, and community oversight. That includes helping author the safety element of our city's comprehensive plan, including discussions about body-worn cameras and accountability. In addition, completing the Stanford Citizen Police Academy and serving for the entire 5 years on Chief Johnson's Citizen Advisory Group. Over the years, Assistant Chief Binder brought major department reforms to our committee for presentation and feedback following the murder of George Floyd. Those reforms were then implemented and continued when Chief Binder became chief. Based on that experience, it was clear to me the department's leadership was aligned in moving Palo Alto toward a more transparent, accountable, and community-centered culture. I believe Acting Chief Reifschneider will continue that work. I've also worked directly with Chief Reifschneider on the adoption of some of the department's more complex technologies. I found him to have an in-depth, on-point, and clear-headed understanding of the issues. The processes he helped put in place were more careful and more thorough than those of many neighboring agencies, and that helped Palo Alto avoid some of the public missteps other cities have faced. One of the things I respected about Chief Binder was his willingness to spend real time with community members, including his strongest critics. Acting Chief Reifschneider has that same spirit. He is personable, responsive, and willing to listen. I believe he will continue a culture where the community is heard and its concerns are taken seriously. James Reifschneider is earnest, hardworking, highly intelligent, knowledgeable, and extremely capable. He is a strong communicator, and I believe he will carry forward the best of the culture and practices Chief Binder put in place. I also speak from the perspective of having served on the Police Chief Interview Committee. In my professional life as a former executive, I interviewed hundreds of candidates and wrote performance evaluations for many managers and directors. Our Police Chief Interview Committee interviewed the top 4 external candidates along with Assistant Binder before selecting him. If Acting Chief Reifschneider had been the internal candidate at that time, my recommendation would have been the same. Palo Alto does not need to start over. We already have an outstanding leader serving as acting chief. For those reasons, I strongly support the city manager's recommendation to appoint James Reifschneider as Palo Alto's next police chief. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Let's review for a minute. The city council unanimously, and I believe it was 2020, enacted a whole suite of reforms to the Palo Alto Police Department. And amongst those, a year later, the oversight of our independent police auditor was expanded to have more oversight over use of force by the PAPD. We were extremely fortunate after doing all of that and after having settled 2 federal civil rights lawsuits for excessive force to have come upon what turned out to be, to my mind, a very unusual, near-perfect hire in Chief Andrew Binder. Our city is the better for it, to say the very least. I will forever personally feel in his debt as a resident of Palo Alto and feel very fortunate that we made that hire. I, along with Hamilton Hitchens, were part of the hiring committee for that. That said, and I will sorely miss Chief Bender, former Chief Bender. But that said, I welcome a new person in that position, and wish him well. Have high hopes, and will continue. He has a good example. He called it his mentor in Chief Bender. Continue on and do great things for the city. Our law enforcement, we can be very, very proud of in this town right now. There's always room for improvement. There's always a little backsliding, but if we keep on top of it and keep working together, we can continue to be a city whose law enforcement truly does protect and serve everyone equitably.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for action item AA1.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are so lucky in this city. We have a police department that we are proud of. We have a police department that our residents have confidence in and a respect for. We are lucky that we have had the services of Chief Bender for these last several years that have been outstanding and have just lifted up the reputation and practice of this department. And I thank you, sir, for your service to this city. And we are lucky, we'll do that. Okay. We are lucky that we have Chief Reifschneider coming in. He has just exemplified the things that Chief Bender had lifted up, and we have so much confidence in you. I can see that the department has confidence in you. I can see by all the people standing here that literally have your back tonight. But personally have been in great admiration of the skill that you bring to this job, the integrity that you bring to this job, and the clear commitment that you bring to this job. I will tell folks that very quickly, I called your number at 5:30 on a Friday one time thinking I will leave you a voicemail to let you know I wanted to talk to you the following week. You picked up the phone. You answered my questions. It was the most amazing synthesis of police practice, law, and experience and circumstance to give me exactly the answer I needed off the cuff. I was wildly impressed. So your responsiveness, your judgment, your professionalism is something that will serve this city well, and we are just so lucky to have you. I love that you've spent your entire career here. You make us proud. And so with that, I will move that we approve the selection of James Reifschneider and the employment agreement in our packet as the Chief of Police for the Palo Alto Police Department.
Second.
And Vice Mayor, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, thank you. And first, I'd like to say I've never felt safer in this room with all the police presence. So we might need to promote you every night. Of course, I'm really sad to see the early and unexpected retirement of Chief Bender. But I think, Chief, one of your great legacies will be the team that you've helped establish at the police department and the brilliant decision to promote James Reifschneider to Assistant Chief. Assistant Chief Reifschneider embodies the kind of police officer that we've come to expect here in Palo Alto. You're exceptionally competent in this role of maintaining public safety and your responsibilities of investigating crimes while modeling kindness and professionalism in a way that just makes people comfortable in interacting with the police. And I know that can be a challenging balancing act, but not only have you been able to achieve that, you've really helped continue the culture at the police department that demands that same level of professionalism from all of its members. So we're all better for it We're better for the incredible leadership we've had from Chief Bender. And I know we're going to have that exact same leadership and competence and kindness from you, Chief Reifschneider. So I'm really excited to be able to vote in support of your promotion tonight and to continue to work with you for the years to come.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, first I have to say that I looked out in the audience and I didn't recognize Chief Binder and his civvies. So I'm glad you made it because I too want to personally thank you. And I think our whole community does. You really served to elevate our department. The people behind you are a reflection of that. I think that we today have the most professional, high-performing department that I have known in my 30 years of public service. And I mean that sincerely, and I'm proud of it, and I certainly hope all the women and men in the department are take that pride in their in what an outstanding department they are, even recognizing that we will continue to have challenges and opportunities for improvement. I too normally lean strongly toward open recruitment processes, but we now have had 2 successions where it just wouldn't have been honest to open the process when we have had candidates with their quality and qualifications, their long-term commitment to the city, and their high respect by the rank and file of the department. I just think that we are very fortunate to now have Chief Reifschneider take the department and continue to move it forward and lead it with the respect of the community and the rank and file. And when I heard that Dennis Burns was the last chief that had his whole career here in the department, it made me realize that you got literally big shoes to fill. But I'm confident you can do it figuratively. I just want to again say I echo the comments that have been made, that how fortunate we are to have your qualifications and your commitment to this community throughout your career, and the commitment of your team and their outstanding performance. So thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with Chief Bender. I think a leave of absence that turned into a retirement didn't give us a proper opportunity to say goodbye or thank you. So it's wonderful to see you here tonight. And when you walked in, I also was like, he kind of looks like somebody I recognize. And I was like, and sure enough, it was you. And what a delight it is to have you back among us for a short period of time. You're welcome. I want to say that I admire how you've led our police department in this American moment that's been tough, that's been about reckoning and transparency, and regaining trust in policing. And I want to thank you profoundly for what you've taught me and for how you walked alongside me when I was getting my bearings. I'll never forget the first meeting we had. From the first to today, I felt that you're a person of integrity and kindness and strength. Yeah. And Chief Reifschneider, I have known you less long, but more intensely because we sit on an ad hoc together, or you're often at the ad hoc that I sit on. And so there have been this weekly opportunity to see this display of head and heart. And that's a term we use, head and heart. They have both head and heart, and you are demonstrating it in every conversation. Obviously, incredibly highly intelligent in an IQ sense, data-driven, analytical, strategic on top of it, but also deeply emotionally intelligent. I would say human-centered. You listen so thoughtfully. You offer considered responses. You feel like a true colleague who's joining us in figuring something out. And I just I've been so impressed by how you filled some very big shoes in the acting role. And it is the only logical next step for this city that you would become officially tonight the next police chief. So here, thank you, and here's to what is to come.
All right, thank you. And so, Madam Clerk, I believe it's time to call the roll.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes,
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
congratulations. And truly, thank you, Chief Bender, for returning. We do appreciate that. Okay. So what I might suggest at this point, if my colleagues are up for it, is that we move to item 14. If people need to take their own personal breaks, they can. That we hear from the chairs of the four commissions as planned, and then if there are questions and conversations we want to have that take longer and people wear out, we could even reconvene on this, continue this item, and have the chairs available by Zoom. But the city manager is elsewhere. Does that? Okay. No, I just want to make sure you are good with. Okay. So seeing no objection to that. All right, so we will move officially to item 14, which is approval of FY 2027 work plans for the HRC, PRC, Public Art Commission, and Stormwater Oversight. So unless there's a preamble, we can just go straight to the presentation of the work plan. Let's start with the HRC. Ms. Kraus, are you ready to roll? Excellent. So if you, thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience. Obviously, this was a momentous night, and we thank you for being here.
Shall we talk? Okay, so I will present the HRC accomplishments for 24 and 25, and then move on quickly to our items on the work plan. Okay, are you there? Okay. Our key accomplishments include the following, and you can see the momentum that was built. We conducted the Creating a Safer Community with Chief Bender and now Chief Reifschneider to understand and define hate crimes. It was a public event that was standing room only, and every member of council was there in October of 24. We then went on under Minka Vander's, I never say it right, Minka's guidance for an assessment of the human needs that are a priority of needs for 26 through 27, and the human services allocation process, which is his rep, that I've had the honor of serving on sequentially 2 terms. That was October of 2024. Then we approved a resolution stating that the HRC condemns all hate crimes and hate incidences. That was in November of 2024. And I shared that now with the city of Albany, who will use it as a model for other statements to be developed. Then we conducted a new Know Your Rights information for Palo Alto's immigrant community. That was a public event. That was February of 2025, and we will continue to do more of these with the Palo Alto Library people. Then our core requirements, we reviewed and made funding resolutions to the council for 21 two-year HESREP grants totaling $941,735. They were critical funds for the community. For 26 to 27, we worked diligently through March and April of 2025. Then, with the guidance of now Chief Reifschneider, we conducted the fraud prevention event with the Palo Alto Police, the Santa Clara District Attorney's Office, and the FBI in April 2025. And then finally, we hosted a discussion. We broke bread with the interfaith community leaders, with the Palo Alto Chief of Police and the Assistant Chief, and that was in September of 2025. So, given that we've done all this under our belt, here's what we are proposing. Of course, Goal 1 is our core responsibilities. The funding programs, the liaison, the partner agency, and what we've put in place is a rapid response capability. So what we do is timely and useful to the community to going forward. Now that you further as a council define CEDAW, I may suggest that we include that in our core responsibilities as we do work to eliminate all kinds of discrimination against women. Goal 2 is community mental health. And this is broadly defined to really address mental health of youth, adults, homeless, and our vets that are very prevalent in the city, given the Veterans Authority facility in Palo Alto, which is one of the leaders in the nation. Goal 3 is community safety. We really hold dearly the ability to decrease hate incidences, and we want to focus on environmental disaster mitigation so we can work with the fire department in bringing community workshops to the table and provide a space for community members to learn and to speak and communicate and go further. Goal 4 is our constant, which is engagement. We want to continue to foster a sense of inclusion. This is code-named DEI, but we're not going to go there. And then finally, our 5th goal is housing and justice, because that is the predominant problem in this area, in the city. We need more housing, and we must make sure that those who are most vulnerable have access to what they need. So I've asked John Barr, our hero in vulnerable housing, to actually steer this, because we might as well get as much knowledge at the table at this time. That's our work plan.
Well, that is excellent. Thank you so much, Michelle. Really appreciate your presentation. I'm just going to move through all the presentations, and then we'll either ask some questions at a later session or later tonight. But
thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the Parks and Recreation Commission and Commissioner Freeman. Looks like you're the right man for the job tonight. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. For the record, I'm Nellis Freeman, Chair of the Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm here tonight to present our fiscal year 2027 work plan and for your approval. This work plan reflects the commission's role to advise the council on policy matters as they relate to parks, open space, golf, and other recreational programs. You can go ahead, slide, please. Our focus this year is to align with the Parks Master Plan, respond to community needs, and advance the key council priorities. Now, at the high level, our work this year focuses on three themes: planning and transparency, access and equity, sustainability and stewardship. Before I walk you through the work plan, I want to briefly highlight that this builds on an active year. We've actually had a couple of commissioners who termed out, but we've brought on two really very capable commissioners who've been able to hit the floor running. Next slide, please. So some of the items that we've worked on in the past have been the nature access policy, the turf study, tennis and pickleball, middle school athletics, Coverley project, and also the Fred Hourly Well Park that we just did last year, I think it was. So the core priorities, next slide, please. So let me briefly go through the key areas on our work plan. The first is capital improvement plan, the CIP. We're focused on improving how projects are prioritized and ensuring stronger alignment with the master plan. The goal here is simple: better transparency and better use of resources. Second is park dedication. We're evaluating opportunities to expand parkland across the city, including sites like Ventura, the Measure E site, and others already identified. This is about increasing access and supporting community health and well-being. Third is the Baylands, Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. This is a major environmental priority. We will support completion of the updated plan with a focus on habitat protection, sea level rise, and long-term stewardship. The fourth is the natural grass pilot, which I'm sure you guys are very familiar with. So we will work with the council to get that across the finish line, no matter which way we go with that. So this is about making data-driven decisions on playing fields. So we're here to help on that one. Fifth is the racket sports policy. We will continue to work on tennis and pickleball, using a data-driven and stakeholder-informed approach to improve fairness, access, and reduce conflict. And that's going to be a big one that we're going to be working on here in the next coming months. And six is the Coverley project. This remains a key priority. We will support planning, community engagement, and help prepare for future ballot measure, working with our partners on that, ensuring that the site meets long-term community needs. And finally, nature connectivity. We're introducing a policy framework to support biodiversity and pollinator habitats, aligning with the city's broader climate and sustainability goals. So in closing, this work plan that we've worked on for this year is to reflects a balanced and achievable set of priorities that align with council direction, respond with community needs, and positions the city for long-term success. So we look forward to continuing our partnership with the council and staff, and respectfully request your support and approval of our work plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's just thrilling to hear what the commissions are up to. So next we have Chair Shen, I believe, of the Public Art Commission. Welcome.
Good evening. I am so glad you guys called on me before the iPad power went off. Good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. I am Senya Shen, Chair of the Public Art Commission. So tonight I'm pleased to present our FY 2027 work plan. We have an incredibly talented 7-member commission. I'd like to share with you their names: our Vice Chair Harriet Stern, who's in the chamber today, and our commissioners Tara Del Carza, Amber Smith, Simon Tran, Robin Mullery, and Angela Joshi. Many of them are practicing artists who ensure our collection reflects Palo Alto's innovative spirit. And they are true guardians of our mission. They serve the community by advising on the quality and scope of public art in Palo Alto. I also want to highlight our staff, Public Art Program Director Elise DeMarzo and Program Coordinator Nadia Chuprina. Our small but mighty team manage a renowned public art portfolio. We should be very, very proud of our collection. And we run world-class festivals, if I may say so, ourselves, and complex infrastructure projects with the level of efficiency usually reserved for a much larger city. In prior years, we executed based on 3 priorities. That is building community, social justice, and public art education. We were inspired by the City Council's priorities this year: government efficiency, housing production, economic development, and renovation of Cubberley. So we evolved our priorities, carried forward the good works from prior years, but we updated our work plan to build on 4 priorities, as detailed on page 12 of the work plan. For the first one, we built on the community building priority to cover also economic development. This is accomplished by driving foot traffic to business corridors and revitalizing hubs like Cubberley Community Center to ensure, 1, it remains a vibrant anchor for our local artist community, as well as 2, highlighting the location as a great opportunity for future investment and development. Number 2, our second priority is our social justice priority. We added the words inclusion and joy. We have expanded this to include the concept of joy and the intersection of art and housing. We're targeting rapidly developing corridors for public art opportunities to ensure new shared spaces include interactive art that acts as a catalyst for community building among diverse neighbors. Our third priority is our standing priority. It's our public art education and implementation. We kept this priority as is to continue to execute based on the Public Art Master Plan and its ancillary detail plans in California Avenue District Master Plan, as well as the Bayland Art Plans. I mean, these are ongoing works, multi-year projects. And lastly, this is our new priority. We were inspired by the City Council's government efficiency priority and adopted a brand new priority called Responsible Stewardship and Government Efficiency Priority. And I'll read it as is, because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We say that the purpose of this priority is to advance government efficiency by streamlining public art processes, protecting city assets, and reducing financial liability through diligent maintenance, conservation, and responsible deaccessioning. To ensure accountability, every project in this work plan meets at least 3 out of the 4 priorities. And actually, most of our work is multi-year in nature, and there's a continuity in theme. And we're proud to say that actually many of our recent accomplishments already meet this alignment with the updated priorities. So for instance, on slides 2 to 3, you'll see Code Art 2025. It generated an estimated $1.3 million in direct economic impact, positive economic impact for downtown businesses. We're very proud of that. Permanent art, public art in municipal projects. We completed site-specific works at slide number 4, public safety building, Peter Wagner's Space, Time, and Palo Alto, as well as Chance Impression and 100,000 decisions. And slide number 5, you'll have the Bulwell Park. It's by Urban Rock Designs Settlement. The theme on forming, becoming, and building references the Ventura neighborhood as a dynamic place of openness and change. Slide number 6, building to build belonging. And this goes to our priority of inclusion. We launched the King Artist Residency in 2021. We've had several ongoing artist programs, and in 2025, King Artist resident Elio Landetta completed a project center on LGBTQ community. Slide number 7 is our Art Lift grants. You'll find 19 little jewel utility boxes throughout the city of Palo Alto. Every time I go past by one of them, it's like candy in your mouth. Slide number 8, public art in private development. We're also very proud of this one. This is Kyung Mi Shin's work inspired by layers of history associated with Fry's or the former cannery site, celebrating the legacy of Thomas Foon Chu and the rich, diverse history of Palo Alto. Slide number 9 and 10, you'll see the murals and murals and murals. Mona, Karen, the Western leather wood next to Mac's Smoke Shop in downtown Palo Alto. Nigel Sussman's History of Palo Alto next to Pacific Art League. I really, really recommend people go by and try to identify the different parts of Palo Alto you can find in these murals, as well as Bodak Luna's Waking Up Under the Redwood at Fire Station number 5. And last but not least, this is sort of the everyday work that is not glamorous, but keeps our public art in good shape. So what we've done, a couple of important projects this year. You have Victor Onotov's fresco on the Roth building. This is a really important artwork. It's written about. We have actually a resident expert now on this important artist, and Gail Wagner's Albuquerque. So our to-do going forward, looking forward to FY 2027, we have a very long list, but they're all consistent with our 4 priorities. We're going to continue to have King Artist Residency. Kiana Hahnemann is exploring immigrant narratives to foster connection in our diverse city. We have more downtown murals to beautify our downtown. We have more Art Lift grants. And we have actually started a temporary mural pilot program to turn a utilitarian structure, a parking structure, into a rotating gallery. That is slide number 15. Yeah, that would be fun to watch. We have more permanent public art in municipal projects, Downtown Garage, Fire Station number 4 on slide number 16. And slide number 17, public art in private development. So more updates to Castellea School And then slide number 18, we're looking to bring even more economic enrichment and development to downtown with Code Art 2027, already underway. Yes, it is 2 years in the planning for making these things happen. And then number 8, something we have to do every day and every week and every month, which is maintain our collection with care. We're prioritizing the conservation of Jerome Kirk's Homage to Silence, and then also phase 2 of Onatov's fresco restoration at the Roth Building. In conclusion, the Public Art Commission is a strategically aligned partner to this council because of our dedicated commissioners and staff that truly punches above its weight. And that specifically is to other commissioners as well as to staff. We are using art to support local economy, promote new housing corridors, and manage city assets with the highest level of responsibility. So thank you for all your support, and happy to take questions maybe on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Shen, and thank you for bringing the most beautiful slides of the year.
That's all the staff, yes.
And so to bring us home, we'll move on to the Stormwater Oversight Commission. I believe Assistant Director North, is that you? Or no? I'm sorry, okay. Chair Perman, is that right? Excellent, welcome.
Catherine Perman, I'm Chair of the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee, and I'm excited to discuss the 2026-2027 work plan with you. I'm going to go over it a little quickly, if that's all right with everyone else. There are some slides in your packet, I believe, that show details of, in fact, one of them is quite beautiful also, of the status of the various capital improvement projects. So you can look at that when you're ready to look at various details, but it shows, what's progress, what's been finished, and what's being planned. And our mission statement is, as you know, to provide oversight on the spending for such projects as well as maintenance by the funds provided by the 2017 ballot measure. So we go over that with the staff, and we move forward through the fiscal years, and we check to make sure that those items are being followed through. In fact, up here on the screen is the status slide that I was referring to in its many glorious colors. So we have divided the work that we do into 3 major components, which we monitor on the annual basis. The first one has to do with spending for the capital improvement projects, which is the core of what we're looking at, and also the maintenance that goes on annually to keep our system flowing. So that's the first item, and the second one is to make sure that everything is adhering to the overall umbrella of the regulatory and compliance programs that Palo Alto must adhere to. And the final one is to see how we can move forward and make more progress with the green infrastructure projects, which beautify as well as provide benefit to our community. That's my summary.
Well, thank you. You bring a different kind of beauty to the slides here. We like our stormwater managed. Okay, and with that, Madam Clerk, I think those are all the presentations, correct? Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, looks like we have one request to speak. Naomi Roberts. Naomi R.
Yeah, Ms. Perman, you can take a seat for the moment, and we'll back to you. Thank you.
Naomi R., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, my name is Naomi Roberts. I want to thank the mayor and the members of City Council. I believe I'm speaking on project 2, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, in the work plan for Ventura. The Ventura project where The William Frank Peoples Jr. Memorial Park is located, and it's been located there for about 52 years now. It was actually my brother. It was dedicated to my brother, and I guess the main goal is to have the parkland dedicated, although it's been there 52 years. And I guess our family is working with the city council for the park to be dedicated parkland. I don't really know the measurements of the actual area of the playground, but it's like the park has already been there and it's already maintained. And he has a sign there, and I've come to several meetings, and I'm just trying to find out how how we can move forward to make sure it's still on the agenda, I guess, or on the agenda.
All right, that concludes public comment on action item 14.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't know if we have the right staff here that could just maybe direct or follow up with Ms. Roberts.
It is on the PRC work plan,
It is on
so
the-
it is
Okay.
planned to be addressed.
All right, so Ms. Roberts, it is, you are correct, it is on the work plan, and it is apparently part of item 2, the park dedication item, so excellent. All right, thank you for your public comment. All right, colleagues, while we have these lovely people here, if we can avoid Zoom, let's do it. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, or otherwise would like to speak, let's do it now, and I will start with Councilmember Rechdal.
Okay, I have a couple additions to the PRC, the Parks and Rec work plan. For item number 4, the natural grass pilot, I want to say add additional piece to study that says, study whether the city should prohibit the use of artificial turf in playgrounds and other non-athletic city facilities. And
So just procedurally, just so we can clarify, City Manager, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Well, using simply that as an example, that would be a significant body of work. And so I would expect that both staff and the commission would want to confer on what would be required in order to accommodate that within the upcoming year.
So process-wise, if council members want to make suggestions on various additions or changes to the work plans, are they to articulate those now? If there's a majority, blah, 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 if we need more information, what do we do? How should this play out?
Exactly. So the way, again, the base would be council feedback on the work plan. If there are additions to the work plan that really, as a legislative body, the council feels you would like to refer to any of the commissions, that this would be the opportunity to do so. Again, recognizing the hour, we could also agendize another step if that were helpful.
Well, perhaps we can keep a compilation of them, and if there's enough, we could agendize just discussing the suggestions perhaps at another time. But
Sure.
we could at least compile it tonight. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Rechdal, I think you had more?
Yeah, I have a second one. For the number 7, which is nature connectivity, they talk about like pollinators and giving them pollinator. Well, one important thing about pollinators is they really want to have native plants. And so I would say develop guidelines for including native plants in both development and ongoing maintenance of city properties, including parkland. Okay, and I'm curious what other people think, whether that's supportive or not. Thanks.
I'm also curious whether you're curious what the chair thinks, and because if the chair has comments, you're welcome to make any to that, or not.
I don't know our process, but I would second those recommendations.
I think we're just keeping a list of them tonight, and then we can either do a whole motion or we can just bring them back. But noted. Okay. If you'd like to make a comment, fine. If not, fine. I'm Chair Freeman or Vice Chair. So I think it was, the first suggestion was to study whether the elimination of artificial turf should be made in playgrounds or other city venues. And I think the second was develop guidelines for native plants to support pollinators. I didn't get it quite right, but that's the gist.
Okay, so what is the question? And is it?
What did you think of those suggestions?
Okay, give it to me again, I'm sorry.
Okay, so for the natural grass pilot, add an aspect that says, study whether the city should prohibit the use of artificial turf in playgrounds and other non-athletic city facilities.
So that's somewhat has been changed somewhat, I guess, as a result of, the council's action here in the last week or so. So that, as we understand it now, would be for us as a commission to work with the council on if there's a need to evaluate more information, collect more information. That's.
Yeah. So this is really talking about playgrounds, particularly Bulwer Park had that had the artificial turf installed, and whether that should be allowed or not. And so it'd be really good if the Parks and Rec could study that and say, yeah, that's something that we don't want to do or we do want to do.
No, but.
Good evening, Council. Councilmember Rectal, I believe as something that the city is going to be trying out is as we progress with upcoming CIP projects, we will be adding as part of our community engagement into each slide when we present to the public would be surfacing. And so with that, that's been discussed at the PRC, and we intend to, try that for our upcoming, so that's daylighted.
Yeah, I mean, there's two issues. One is transparency, and the other is whether it's a good policy or not. And transparency is good, but I think this is a policy decision. This is really, do we want to have artificial turf on playgrounds? And we could talk about it ourselves, but I think PRC is the expert, and I would like to hear what they think. There may be some gotchas that we haven't appreciated.
Well, again, if I could just note, as I commented previously, there's a body of work involved with this, not unlike the turf study that has been completed and brought forward. So I think before we were able to commit to, yes, let's add it, I think we'd want to have a discussion as to what resources would be required and potentially what trade-offs would need to be made in order to take that on as a priority versus other things on the work plan.
Yeah. So perhaps that could be part of our discussion about whether to add that to the work plan, is if staff could bring back what it would require in terms of resources and where we are so far and what else. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Well, first I'll just comment on that item. I think the issue is not just a binary one of whether we should or shouldn't, but as we've gone through on our playing fields, it's how do we address the health and safety of the playground surfaces. And that might be artificial surfaces, might be natural, but here we've gone through all this on our turf fields, and the playgrounds where we have all these kids playing is not being addressed. So I think it's an important issue. And I would assume that as the Parks and Rec Commission, this would be something you'd be concerned about.
Right, I agree. It really is something that I think we will enhance and add that to the work plan.
Great. And then I had one other related to the pickleball, which is in so many ways a great success, but there are some impacts that in the discussion that the Parks and Rec Commission has had and the recommendations, I didn't see and I may be mistaken, but I didn't see them addressed, and that is the impacts on not only traffic, but most of all parking. So we have overflowing at Mitchell Park in our parking lots, which is restricting other park and community center and library use. And we have so many pickleballers who are either driving their vehicles or driving their vehicles from out of town because they aren't in Palo Alto residents, and that didn't seem to be part of the discussion. So I don't know whether that should be a referral to the Planning and Transportation Commission and have an intersection with the work that Parks and Rec is doing, but I think it needs to be part of the issue going forward. So I'll leave it to our follow-up discussion where we refer that.
Okay. I will say that that is on our agenda for, I think, the May agenda. And there's still, at this point, there's still information that's being collected. So there'll be more information coming out at that May agenda meeting, which will be either a vote or more informational. That's also that's an item that no matter which way we go, whether it's a vote by the PRC or not, it should also, I think, come back to the council as we did with turf and natural grass.
Right.
I think because of the complexity of it and how much work is involved in that.
And potentially the Planning and Transportation Commission, because that's within their purview. But I'm glad to hear that when you take it back up, this will be one of your concerns.
Right, and it was a concern that was addressed. I mean, they've met with the commission, I believe, twice last year, and the transportation has been one that's come up, and it is an area. I do know it's one of the areas that the local pickleball community is addressing, as well as working with staff to try and come up with how can we maybe alleviate the traffic that's going to come, depending on which way. We haven't made a decision about whether or not there's going to be an expansion at Mitchell Park, and that's what we'll be discussing in May.
I'll just say I'm astounded, as in many cases, of the number of people who drive their car to ride an exercise bike at a gym, or the number of people who drive their car to exercise in pickleball. And I'm not saying everybody ought to ride their bike, but there aren't many that are riding bikes to there.
I mean, but still, there's a lot of information we don't know, so.
Yep, okay, thank you.
All right.
I have on two other commissions. On the Human Relations Commission, the great focus in goal number 2 on mental health, but given the circumstances in our community, I'd like to review a particular focus on youth mental health at this point in time. And they also, within that, had a great focus on the LGBTQ community. We have a gay pride event coming up, and I would hope that they would have a leading role, and they may already have that, but I didn't see it in the work plan. And then on the Public Art Commission, first I just want to call out a number of positive things. This incorporation of joy, I think, is wonderful. I don't know if proliferation is the best term, but the expansion of murals throughout the city is just fantastic. A focus on community places like on Cal Ave and at the Cubberley Center. I think that is just so valuable. But I'd like to encourage additional focus on those public walking spaces that are of Cal Ave closure area and Ramona Street, which is our other one, and they haven't gotten some of the love yet that you've given elsewhere. And then I did want to call out on the Fry's building those are mosaics. They're just, people haven't seen it yet. It's really fantastic. And the murals on the utility boxes. This is this concept that Peter Katayama has on love of cities and how small things can have real great joyful impacts. So I just want to commend that. And then one question on the stormwater Does the Stormwater Committee purview include stormwater runoff from other than public lands other than streets? So our public parks and such, is that within what's covered by the funding for the stormwater plan? I see Karin saying no. So I think that answers my question. All right, thank you.
Councilmember.
I just wanted to offer to Councilmember Burt to his question about the HRC and the city's first Pride event. They do mention it in Goal 4 under community engagement, is to convene a public input brainstorming session with local LGBTQ+ nonprofits and advocates to assess what type of Pride event the community is interested in. They're definitely involved.
All right, thank you both. I just wanted to follow up on the comments of Chair Kraus on the HRC work plan about including under Goal 1 and the core responsibilities the work on implementation of the CDOT ordinance. I think that was part of, there was a referral as part of our motion a couple weeks ago, and so I definitely would like to see that incorporated there. Just wanted to commend the Public Art Commission on the support for our economic vibrancy goal. I think it was, the statement was something over $1 million or something just from the Code Art event alone. And so it's an impressive body of work there, and I know it will continue to support our economic vibrancy priority. And on the Stormwater Commission, I am just very excited about, I don't know, effort 3, number 3, item 3, track and monitor the implementation of the green stormwater infrastructure, because I just think that is a key part of our sustainability work plan, and something that can get overlooked, but it can be both beautiful and functional, and really do appreciate the cooperation there. I see no further lights, so I think that pending return to council to consider not too many of these things, but to get a little more information on what it would take to add some of these items, I think we're done. So I want to thank all of you for not just the presentations tonight, but the commissioners, the vice chairs, the staff that work on these, because that's the only way the city can get all this breadth and depth of excellent work done. And it's just really inspiring to hear what you have done, what you're planning to do. We have such a wealth of talent in this town, and we are so lucky that you all served. And we're so lucky that you stuck around this late tonight. So thank you for your patience, thank you for your work, and thank you for being here. Have a good night. And with that, item 15, I've spoken to the vice mayor and the city manager, and we will defer that to a future date. And thus, without any undue anything else, we are adjourned. Thank you all.